Will all members of the Metro Council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. The invocation this evening will be offered by Councilman Brady Banks.
Creator God, we ask your grace and guidance into this place so that we might align ourselves and our decisions with your cause of justice and redemption. God, we pray you'll protect our city's most vulnerable citizens, single moms, victims of abuse, orphans, widows, addicts, the homeless, the poor, the stranger, and anyone who's different from us. We pray that we will become agents of your creation and become an inclusive and loving community. We pray that you will be with the family of Council Lady Sherry Weiner and the father of Councilman Sean McGuire, the mother of Councilman Tony Tenpenny, and also with the family of Councilman Dwayne Dominy and the passing of his uncle. Lord, offer your comfort, offer your presence. We pray all these things in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present during the course of the meeting. Is there a motion for the adoption of the minutes of the meeting of April 21st, 2015? It's been properly moved and seconded. If there's no objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Thank you. Before we move on to elections and confirmations, we do have a proposed rules amendment that has been distributed that was introduced by Councilmember Ronnie Stein, and it will be voted on at our next meeting. I do want to call that to your attention. John, if you could you please explain?
As we get to the end of the term, there are many zoning bills that will be filed for consideration by the council, which means we could have huge public hearings in July and August. To alleviate that, the vice mayor would like to allow public hearings on both the first and second meeting in July. In order to do that, we need a rules amendment to go in effect first. So that's what the amendment that Councilman Stein has offered would do, just allow zoning public hearings on those two consecutive meetings.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cooper. We're now on to elections and confirmations. And Councilman Stein's handling rules. Councilman Stein, elections and confirmations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Rules Committee interviewed Ms. Erin Bennett as a first-time appointee to the Nashville Education Community and Arts Television Corporation, voted 7-4, none against, and I move her approval.
Excuse me, Councilman Stein. I do have to ask, if you're in the council chambers in the gallery, you must be seated to remain in the gallery. All right, thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Councilman Stein?
Second, the Rules Committee interviewed Mr. Stan Fossick as a reappointment to the Board of Parks and Recreation and recommends his approval, 7-4, none against, and I so move.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
And
passes.
finally, the committee considered the reappointment of Mr. Keith Simmons to the Public Library Board. The committee recommends his approval 7-4, none against, and I so move.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Simmons passes. If you could, please, when I call your name, stand so that we may recognize you and your service to the city. Ms. Erin Bennett, Mr. Stan Fawcett, Mr. Keith Simmons. We certainly thank you for your willingness to serve our great city of Nashville and Davidson County, and we want to recognize you at this point. We will now move on to bills on public hearing. I will read the caption of each bill on public hearing, and then we will ask the council member to open public hearing. I will also call for those that are here in support of a bill to come up first, and then I will call for anyone in opposition of any bill to come up at that time. All right, you must be seated if you're going to be in the gallery of the council chambers. First bill we have is BL 2014-806, sponsors Councilmember Scott Davis, changes .18 acres from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1209 Montgomery Avenue to permit up to 2 single-family dwellings units on separate lots. Councilman Scott Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to defer to the July public hearing and refer to the Planning Commission.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded to defer and re-refer to the Planning Commission. Is that correct? All right, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bill is deferred and re-referred. Next bill, BL number 2015-1053, sponsor Councilor Gilmore, amends the Metro Code to update the downtown code standards. Councilor Gilmore.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
Hold just 1 second.
I think this is the one we're supposed to defer
Is this one set to be deferred?
into July? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay.
Can you
So,
move deferral?
yes, I'm going to take that one back and move for a deferral into July.
All right.
And it's at the request of planning.
Yes.
And so I do apologize. I got a little turnaround there. So if I
Been
can have a
properly
second.
moved
thank
and
you.
seconded for deferral to July. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Deferral passes. We're now on to BL 2015-1064, sponsors Councilmember Scott Davis, amends the Metro Zoning Code to allow detached accessory dwellings as a use permitted with conditions in the CL zoning district. Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to defer to the July public hearing.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded to defer until the July public hearing. All in favor? All opposed? Bill is deferred. We're now on to BL 2015-1076. Sponsor is Councilmember Scott Davis, changes .20 acres from SP to RM20A zoning for property located at 1223 North 6th Street. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right. Could I see a show of hands of all of those in support of this bill? Thank you. Can I see a show of hands of all those in opposition to this bill? All right. If there are any in support that would like to speak, if you could please line up at the lectern. Right. Please state your name and address before speaking.
I'm Roy Dale. I reside at 1657 Stokely Lane, and I'm the engineer representing the applicant on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. This is sort of an unusual zone change request. There were actually two bills circulating at the same time a month or so ago in a community where an SP overlay was being placed. There was a zoning bill for this piece of property that was taking place at the same time. This zoning, the SP got delayed, this zoning took place, and then the SP overlaid the zoning. So it's a very unusual situation. Mr. Cooper can probably explain it better than I, but this is just simply being placed back on the agenda because of this inadvertent mistake. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anyone in opposition like to speak? If you could, please come to the lectern at this time.
Hello, my name is Omid Yamini. I reside at 1204 North 2nd Street in Nashville, Tennessee, 37207. This bill has come up again and again, as Mr. Dale just explained. It was originally rezoned from RS5 to the 20, RM20, I guess it is. Sorry, I'm not that efficient in all these. And then it somehow got lumped in with the SP zoning, which our councilman Scott Davis passed on our entire neighborhood, which rezoned our entire neighborhood from RS5 to SP zoning to allow Dadu buildings to be built in the back. Now it's come back up and it's being rezoned RM20A, I believe, which will, originally it had been discussed and gone through our neighborhood association as having 3 houses on this corner lot. Now I think it will allow up to 4. The neighbors have given input which has not been considered. And I feel that, again, as a community, we have tried to put in our input on this matter, and at this point feel somewhat powerless to stop this freight train. But regardless, it's a beautiful night. I could be at the Sounds game. They have free t-shirts tonight, but I came here to tell you that I am in opposition of this bill. And I know that there are many in our community who are in opposition of this bill too. So regardless of what some people may have you believe, I'm here to represent those people and would ask that you oppose this bill. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah Bellamy. I'm speaking on behalf of Mary Gamble. That is my mother. She lives next door to this property.
Could you please state an address for us, please?
1219 North 6th Street.
Thank you.
The proposal was presented to a small group of community members, so very little community input has been provided for the applicant. This proposal put 3 large homes on a property that's currently zoned for a single-family home. And also, when they build this home, it's going to be, when my mother goes out the front door, she's going to be looking at the side of a house, which is no house on that street is designed that way. Every house, they're all even together. Finally, you are voting on a recommendation from the Planning Commission for zoning change for RS5 to RM20A. However, Councilman Davis told the neighborhood leadership team that he planned to amend this bill on 3rd reading to change the zoning request from RM20A to SP. Please defer this bill and send it back to planning for input for amendments so that the community can have a public hearing on the final bill. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in opposition, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Scott Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Initially, before the Dadu,
Could you make a motion?
I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Been properly moved and seconded.
Yes.
You now have the floor.
Okay. As the daughter of my neighbor just stated, that I am planning on making changes on 3rd reading. And once again, this will be talked about at our Cleveland Park Neighborhood Association meeting. More importantly now, Douglas, which is a collector street, which is on the corner of North 6th and Douglas. And also the developer is willing to accommodate with smaller windows on the side and also to change up his or her design for the product here. And one of the bigger issues, we did rezone it down to R10 to make sure that the 3 units can only be put there, but it came into a small minor issue because of it would have to be flat roofs, and they want gable roofs or a roof that, you know, more coincides with the neighborhood. And so we'll be able to make those changes on our third reading, which we can amend, and which I said that we will do. And I'd like to move for approval.
All right, we have a motion for approval. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. On to the next bill, BL 2015-1077. The sponsor is Councilmember Stites, amends a portion of the Larchwood Planned Unit Development Overlay District for 8.47 acres of property located at 3411 Percy Priest Drive and a portion of property located at Blackwood Drive unnumbered to permit additional storage capacity to an existing boat storage facility. Councilmember Stites.
I would ask that you open the public hearing, please.
We don't have to take that in now. Okay. All right, we'll open the public hearing. Could I see a show of hands of all those in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of all those in opposition? Seeing none, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, Councilman Stites, I now close the public hearing and turn it back over to you.
Move approval.
Properly moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Oh, I'm sorry. We do have a proposal. Okay, it's not getting off to third reading. All right, bill passes as is. BL 2015-1078, sponsors Councilor Gilmore, changes 1.01 acres from R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 1700, 1702, 1706, 1710, and 1712 6th Avenue North to permit up to 20 multifamily dwelling units. Council Lady Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Move to open the public hearing.
Certainly. We now open the public hearing. Could I see a show of hands of all those that are in favor? And could I see a show of hands of any in opposition? Seeing none in opposition, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now close the public hearing. Council Lady Gilmore.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. BL 2015-1079, Councilman Tiger is the sponsor, changes 0.59 acres from R15 to CS zoning for property located on a portion of 7415 Charlotte Pike. Councilman Tiger.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Certainly. Now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of all those in favor of this bill? All right, thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Tiger.
Move for approval.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. BL 2015-1080, Council Lady Morris, the sponsor, changes 0.34 acres from R6 to SP zoning for property located at 1056 2nd Avenue South to permit up to 10 residential units. Council Lady Moore.
I move to open the public hearing, please.
Certainly. The public hearing is now declared open. Could I see a show of hands of all those in favor of this bill? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none in opposition, there's one? Sorry. Would anyone in favor like to speak? If you could, please state your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Sean Bells. I live at 3716 West End Avenue. I'm president of FMBC Investments, the owner of the property, boutique developer specializing in attainable housing in emerging neighborhoods. I believe the only person here in opposition to speak tonight is the actual person that I purchased the property from. In advance of her coming up to speak, the lady name is Miss Jackie Cox. I've purchased a considerable amount of property from her in the past in this particular area. I have contracted more than I've closed on it with her, and several of those she has decided not to come to closing for one reason or another, and I've granted her a little leeway against the advice of my attorneys. This particular property at 1056, she had become quite boisterous after the closing, yelling obscenities to workers on development nearby, and had asked if we could give some of the land back to her. Not understanding where she was coming with that, I'd asked my attorney to talk to hers. Her attorney said, look, we don't want to be sued by you. And that was the intent of me trying to engage a conversation with her. So I'm not quite sure what she's going to talk about when she comes up here, other than she might want some of the land back that I've contractually closed at her price and at a closing of her leisure. With that being said, we have went through several drafts of architectural plans. We have hosted a community meeting, of which this lady has not shown up to. We have went through the Planning Commission, of which this lady did not show up to and offer any disapproval to. This conversation actually just started recently, and I'm not real sure what it's about, but other than my attorney giving me some advice, I'm assuming that's what it's about, her wanting some of that land back. If you could just listen to the merits of the actual conversation. I am the rightful owner of it and have contracted and closed on it. We want to populate that with more attainable housing, like we have developed in that neighborhood, to the tune of about 22 units already on the same corner. Thank you for your approval.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Teresa Dyer with Robinette Dyer Architects, and I just want to speak about this project.
Could you state your address, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. 109 Mockingbird Road, 37205. I'd like to speak in favor of this project. It's passed through planning. Everybody is enthusiastic about it. It would add 10 new units of affordable housing in that area that are consistent with the way that district is going, that area is going, the street.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else wanting to speak in support, is there anyone in opposition that would like to speak at this time?
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Cox. I did own the property at 1056, 1062, 1071, 1064. I'm here today because I was befriended by Mr. Sean Bell.
Could you please state your current address for us?
Yes, 1062.
Okay.
2nd Avenue South.
Thank you.
I am here today because when I sold the property to Mr. Bell, he assured me that we was going to put one house there, one house only, not another set of condos up over my house there, which my grandchildren can't play. We can't look out. I'm 2 arms from touching into the house next door. He wants to move more on this side. And I just, I've been lied to all the way around. And I believe my property have been stolen from me. I lost my driveway in regard to this mess. I have from 7 to 9 every morning. I have to get up and move my car because I've lost my driveway. Because he's got two set of properties for the price of one. That ain't right. You don't come in the neighborhood, you don't lie, and you don't steal the property. Give a fair value price for it. Appreciate it and thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in opposition, I now declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady Moore?
I'm going to move for approval, and I do have a brief explanation.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Council Lady, the floor is yours.
I just want to say that I did receive documents from the applicant, Mr. Bells, and I also heard from Ms. Cox as well. It seems that there has been some personal issues going on between the both of them before this was filed. However, when I looked at the documents, everything seemed to be in order per, what has been legally been done. So therefore, I'm hoping that they can work out their differences or their personal differences about what's going on, and so that they can, both, Ms. Cox enjoyed what, she has sold. She has sold the property, and, Mr. Bells is going to, utilize the property the best way that, that's going to be invested. So, however, I'm going to move for approval on this.
Thank you, Council Lady Moore. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're now on to BL 2015-1082. Sponsor is Councilman Baker. This changes 2.33. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Councilman Baker. I skipped 1081. We're on BL 2015-1081. Sponsor is Councilman Scott Davis. And this changes 22.66 acres from IG to MUL for property located at 306B and 500 Callan Street. And by changing from IG to MUGA for property located at 306, 402, 411 Callan Street and Callan Street unnumbered at the northwest corner of Callan Street and Spring Street. Councilman Scott Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open up the public hearing.
Thank you. And now declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone in favor of this bill? Thank you. Can I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none in opposition, is there anyone in favor that would like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move for approval with a very happy, brief explanation.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. Councilman Davis, the floor is yours.
Today is May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. And I may have my history a little incorrect, but I believe it's the day where the underestimated Mexican army defeated the French army. And I know I have a few history professors here on the council with me. But today is also a victory, not just for the 5th District, just happens to be the 5th day of the month, on the 5th month, actually. This city, and this council, and this administration has overcome a lot of things. But this is the start of the redevelopment of the North 1st Street and Dickerson Road corridor. Topgolf comes in and brings 465 jobs. 200 of those jobs are jobs for people between the ages of 16 and 24. That's significant because most of the problems and the crimes that are being committed in the city are with minority males between the ages of 16 and 24. This is 3 years in the making, and I've not done this by myself. With the help of my colleagues, the administration, the mayor's office, and great examples like Council Lady Gilmore, Walter Hunt, and several of you. I can't name you all because we don't have enough time. But as I've always said, the 5th District is open for business. We're not just open for business, we're open for job creation, which this does. 465 jobs on May 5th, 2015. You all deserve this victory, this whole council, and this administration. There are going to be 200 young people, hopefully by August of next year, after this is built, that will have 200 of those jobs. And another 260-something, hopefully their parents or other relatives nearby in North, South, and West Nashville, or even outside the loop a little bit in Donaldson, that can be employed. They are a grade A employer. They hire women, African Americans, Hispanics, and anybody that qualifies. So this is a very important victory, a very important milestone for our city. I just want to thank you all, and thank you for letting me with this long but very joyful speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're now on to BL 2015-1082. Councilman Baker is the sponsor. This changes 2.33 acres from R8 to SP zoning for property located at 606 and 608 Crowley Drive to permit up to 22 units. Councilman Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to open public hearing, please.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor of this bill? All right, thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Baker.
Move approval.
Second. Been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bill passes. Now on to BL 2015-1083. Sponsor is Council Lady Evans, and this changes approximately 117 acres from R15 to RS15 zoning for various properties located along Percy Warner Boulevard, Edwin Warner Drive, St. Henry Drive, Vons Gap Road, Vons Gap Court, Percy Drive, Percy Lane, Highland Park Drive, and Newoff Lane, west of Highway 100. Council Lady Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I would like to move to open the public hearing, and if I could ask you to do that thing the Vice Mayor does where she reminds us about repetition in public hearing, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of those that are in favor? Thank you. And could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Thank you. With anyone in favor that would like to speak, please come to the lectern. I will advise that we ask that you're not redundant and you don't repeat anything that has already been said. That is protocol for public hearing at the council. Please state your name and your address, please.
My name is Alan Dooley. I live at 6319 Percy Drive in the area proposed to be downzoned. I provided a handout for you that has a pretty nice, colorful front page that has a map of our neighborhood, if you'd like to reference it while I talk. Please vote for this bill to protect the existing single-family character of our neighborhood. I'm a board member and representing our neighborhood association, the Warner Park Community Association. Our association has discussed getting downzoning legislation filed in board meetings for every one of our 10 years of existence. We've discussed downzoning as a main agenda item at our 2013 and 14 neighborhood-wide meetings, and in 3 meetings with our councilwoman, Emily Evans. In every one of these meetings, the support for the downzoning has been overwhelming. We have over 240 petitions signed to date. That's out of 300 homes in the downzoned area. Only recently has there been any opposition, and it's only from landlords, developers, real estate agents interested in our neighborhood. There are many reasons why our neighborhood should be downzoned. It's good planning. The current community plan policy, the Nashville Next draft, the planning staff recommendation, the planning commission vote of 5-1 all support downzoning from R15 to RS15. Our neighborhood is more appropriately densified at its edges. You can see that on the map I gave you, along Highway 70 and 100, not on the interior. 3, our neighborhood already has the most diversity of housing types and most affordable housing in Emily Evans' 23rd District. In fact, single-family homes are far outnumbered by apartments in our neighborhood. The Music Spur, the Music City Bikeway, cuts across our neighborhood with no dedicated bike lane. Its path and viewscape should not be blocked by increasing traffic and tall homes. 5, our neighborhood has terrible stormwater problems, inadequate storm sewers, collapsing foundations, and many homes flooded in 2010. 6, recently enacted infill stormwater regulations would do nothing for us, as they would allow impervious surface on a typical lot to double to around 4,500 square feet before any mitigation measures would be required. 7, we want to prevent additional strain on our existing cast iron sanitary sewer utilities, which are lined and many have overflowed into homes. 8, it will prevent the loss of neighborhood green space, viewscape, and light that we've seen these out-of-scale McDuplexes bring to other parts of Nashville. 9, we want to keep parking and traffic on our streets from doubling. We have no sidewalks, but many young families that walk to the 2 schools a church, an athletic club, and the JCC in our boundaries. 10, there's an overwhelming neighborhood support for the downzoning, as evidenced by over 240 petitions that have been signed, and someone will bring that up and make it part of the record. 11, almost all residents did not know that existing zoning allows 2 homes per lot when they bought their home, and residents want to keep the neighborhood that they bought into. 12, residents will retain the right to have an accessory apartment. They'll still be able to do that. And 13, finally, our experience is that in other neighborhoods in Nashville, that the money will be made by predatory realtors and developers with the neighborhoods losing. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cynthia Pascal, and I live in the affected neighborhood at 6312 Percy Drive. Our neighborhood is Warner Park Valley, through which the Vaughn's Gap branch of Richland Creek flows. Ours is a single-family home neighborhood downhill from the Valley Ridge Apartments, the Bellemeade Highlands homes and condominiums, and the Cloister at St. Henry Senior Living. 90 or 30% of the lots in our neighborhood are in the floodway or 100-year floodplain. The runoff from impervious surfaces, homes, driveways, and roads in our neighborhood routinely threatens these homes and many others around which stormwater flows. Indeed, during the flood of 2010, many homes in our neighborhood were damaged, and we all continue to be threatened by stormwater. If our little valley were developed today, it would have a huge water retention pond and would not have a commercial building like the existing Boost Fitness Club with 1.7 acres under roof and a large parking lot spanning the creek just upstream from all the houses in our neighborhood. Alas, we're stuck with this. Our neighborhood was built in the 1960s when such things were not well considered. We have no real storm sewers, just a series of open channels and streams that run through the neighborhood and flow into the creek. The intermittent stream that channels water behind my home and that of my neighbors, like those in the rest of the neighborhood, has been silting up for years. However, due to environmental regulations, it cannot be dredged out to recover capacity. Consequently, stormwater solutions in our neighborhood require space, such as for the rock wall Metro built with tax dollars in 2004 to attempt to protect my home and that of my neighbors at 6310 Percy. The space required for future stormwater solutions would be greatly compromised if 2 homes were built on 1 lot. With our extreme stormwater capacity limitations, unfortunately, neither Metro's regulated residential infill requirements nor the contextual overlay bill would really help us despite their many wise provisions. If 2 houses were built on any of our lots, each with their own parking areas, patios, and outbuildings, the amount of impervious area per lot could increase as much as 66% with no requirement for stormwater retention. This will affect all downhill and downstream homes. Our neighborhood cannot really handle the current amounts of runoff and certainly cannot handle more. I am in favor of the downzoning as it will best prevent an increase in stormwater risk and, most importantly, preserve our ability to address existing problems with taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Juliana Erickson. I live at 6317 Percy Drive in the affected neighborhood. I moved to this neighborhood 10 years ago because it overlooks our streets, the natural beauty of our viewscape. Many of our residents care for vegetable gardens. Some have chickens. There's room for our children to play, families to take nightly walks together. Some might consider ours a sleepy neighborhood, but I say it's refuge from the hustle and bustle of our rapidly expanding city. As a professional who counsels people with stress and anxiety problems, I understand the nurturing importance of a peaceful home and neighborhood. The reason I bought my home in Warner Park Valley is because of the peace and tranquility it offers there. Doubling up on homes in Warner Park Valley would proportionately increase the noise and traffic. The taller homes would obstruct the sunlight for our vegetable gardens, as well as obstruct the view of our beloved Percy Warner Park. Some of the beautiful mature trees in our neighborhood would likely be cut down to build the additional homes. I'd like to also share, for the record, this is the 240 signatures of our 300 families in our neighborhood. So I'm in support of proposed downzoning as insurance. Pardon?
Mr. Sergeant at Arms will take
Okay.
your petition.
Thank you. So I'm in support of the downzoning as insurance that our neighborhood will continue to be the tranquil and peaceful place it is today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Wick, and I live at 915 Percy Warner Boulevard. And my concern for my neighborhood is for it to maintain its affordable housing options and diversity in pricing. My neighborhood already has a good amount of mixed density available. 10 years ago, my husband at the time and I moved into a larger home on Highland Park Drive, which is right next to Warner Park Valley. We were drawn to the location due to our church and our kids' school and the Warner Parks and just the safe streets and the ability to bike and walk in the safe neighborhood. About 5 years ago, we got divorced. I needed to find some cheaper housing. I was able to rent a condo for my girls and I right there in that same neighborhood. Then 2 years ago, I was able to purchase my own home. It's a small home, but it's in that same neighborhood. This diversity in pricing that is within the whole neighborhood, whether you're renting or purchasing, is wonderful. And I worry that if we get the two homes on one lot, we're going to get these big, what do they call them, McMansions or whatever, and all of a sudden the values are going to increase in the neighborhood, and people aren't going to afford to be able to live in a neighborhood like ours, next to the Warner Parks and that are safe, and it's just lovely. So I am for the downzoning, so I hope you'll consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
President and Council, my name is Patty Brown. I live at 84 Vons Gap Road in the affected area. I am for the downzoning because I live on Vons Gap Road, which is a very busy street. We have all kinds of students coming to and from St. Henry every day, and it's a wonderful neighborhood where people walk and can walk with their babies in their strollers. I had to do that many nights because my children had colic. Two-family homes are built, it will increase traffic. The road is too narrow, there are no shoulders. There's a feeder for children walking in our two neighborhood elementary schools and a major route for cyclists at Westmead and Percy Warner Park. Also, the yards along our sides of the road were not designed for adequate stormwater drainage, which has already been mentioned. Putting two homes on those lots will make the problem even worse than it is already. At the other end of our street, Music City Bikeway continues to Percy Warner Park with no dedicated bike lane or shoulder. We should not make that tight stretch of bikeway even more dangerous. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope you approve this amendment.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janet Coscarelli. I live at 946 Percy Warner Boulevard, and I'm very much in favor of the dezoning. I think you have to know what I do in real life. I have a 9-to-5 kind of job. In other words, programs, whether they're Head Starts, child care, or pre-K, I'm involved in it. I plan those kind of programs, I develop them, I implement them, and I evaluate them. And I did that when I decided to buy this house in 1995. I planned, I thought, I developed, it was already built. Aha, I won't have to worry about which doorknobs to choose because they're already there. I implemented my move and now I'm evaluating it. I want it to stay the way it was and is, so preserve what we have. This is R15. You want a duplex? You got it. You want an apartment? You got it. You want a condo? You got it. You want a single home? You got it. Don't ruin the single home section. It is the most delightful section of that whole area. We want it to stay as is. So we want you to preserve what we have. So I am in favor of downzoning, and I'm sure I look around and I see a lot of smiles. People have been to my little utopia, for lack of a better word. If you want to go there, go and look at it, and you'll see why we wanted to keep it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. We got it.
Hi, my name is Pascal Wade. I'm at 6305 Percy Drive, and I support everything that everyone has said previously to me coming up here. I wanted to add also that I spent a fortune, thousands and thousands of dollars, in putting French drains in my backyard because of the existing runoff that we already have from Storm and from St. Henry Drive that washes all the way down into my yard. Still have runoff. The French drains have helped. the erosion along the creek sides, that our water, our tributaries where all our storm drains go, it erodes away at our property. I am for the rezoning to 1 home per lot for those reasons and for everything else that everyone else has said. And also, I spoke with my son, who's a United States Marine today, and he said he wants to come back to his neighborhood the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Pam Sidbury, and I live at 72 Vons Gap Road. My parents bought this house in 1963, one of the first 2 homes built in this neighborhood. I am definitely for downzoning to RS15, keeping 1 home per lot to keep the integrity of our neighborhood as it has been for years. I'm asking the developers and contractors to please find another neighborhood to build their 2 homes on 1 lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carol Donnelly. I live at 941 Percy Warner Boulevard in the affected area. I come before you today to respectfully ask you to allow us to keep our neighborhood as it has been since its inception, single-family homes per lot. As subdivisions go, we would not necessarily be considered impressive. We are a neighborhood of modest homes that house plain old, average, hardworking people. I know that diversity and housing opportunities should be available in every community. Although our small neighborhood consists only of single-family units, the community surrounding our neighborhood fulfills the need for housing diversity. I can walk at age 71 to apartments and condominiums and even a senior citizens housing complex. We are even privileged to have a nursing home where, when needed, myself and other neighbors can go and still be surrounded by the community we know and love. We also enjoy cultural diversity. In fact, Percy Warner subdivision, for me, is like a microcosm of America. We live side by side, happily, with people of all faiths. I share my street, Percy Warner Boulevard, with African Americans and Asian Americans, and we all live comfortably together. We love each other. You will find this same diversity throughout our subdivision. Our neighborhood is an ideal place for raising children, and I say this coming from a background as a teacher and a school counselor. We have many, many parents that choose to live here because it is a safe place for their children to run and play, ride bikes, whatever. In Percy Warner subdivision, it's a place where our children can be children. We even have what I consider, and I probably already been mentioned, a natural park right in our midst. The backyards that border each side of the creek form a natural, pastoral, green space for these children to go and wade, and they think they can catch fish. Of course they can't, it's about this deep. But they have an absolute ball, and it's a delight to sit on our back porch and watch them as they enjoy themselves there. What I'm trying to say is Percy Warner subdivision is now, and has been for 50+ years, a great place to live. Exactly like it is, single family per lot. I have honestly listened when a few people have said that adding duplexes will enhance our subdivision. I'm sorry, but I disagree wholeheartedly. I have seen firsthand some of the fine, old, traditional Nashville neighborhoods change as duplexes were added. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to also reiterate what Janet said.
Could you please state your name and address, please?
My name is Boots Donnelly. I live at 941 Percy Warner Boulevard. That was my wife that just finished. I'd like to also say to her that I think my home is a very nice home in that subdivision. Here's what I don't understand. I've heard both sides of this story. We've owned 3 homes in that subdivision since 1969. We purchased 2 of them because our kids were young. And then we left and we came back 5 years ago. We would have never moved back in that neighborhood if we hadn't fallen in love with it the other 2 times. And then out of nowhere, we got 9 corner lots that someone somehow through the Planning Commission has decided that those people can opt out, sell their home to a realtor, and they will have the opportunity to put 2 homes there. Now, we've had about 300 single families there, and it's been that way since the 60s. And as everyone stated here, kids walk up and down the street, they play in the creek. We have people that are my age and my wife's age. We have young kids moving in with their kids. It is a great neighborhood. Please tell me, as a city councilman and a city lady, council lady, please tell me how 9 additional families is going to enhance our neighborhood. Please tell me that. Because that's what it's going to be. If you take 9 homes and destroy them and put 2, you still only add 9. Why would you ever do that? It is a proven quality, middle-class neighborhood. Why would you ever vote to take that away? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Evans Picard. I live at 6301 Vons Gap Court in the affected area. I came, first of all, to thank Mr. Dooley for expressing so eloquently how I feel tonight about this, and Councilwoman Evans for sponsoring the downzoning. I'm one of these history professors that somebody was talking about a little while ago, and I'm deeply concerned about the destruction of our heritage in this city. I saw last night that a home that is scheduled for destruction on 5th Avenue South has the foundation that was built. It was built the home was built in 1931. The foundation was built by William Driver, a Nashville icon, a man who's has the flag flying over his grave 24 hours a day, the man who gave us the name Old Glory. We've got to stop this. We're tearing down too many old homes and too many old buildings we've got to save. This is our history, it's our heritage, and along with our nature as well. This is our heritage that we must save, and so I hope we'll see more downzoning around the city. And again, I thank Ms. Evans for sponsoring this bill.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Council. My name is Vicki Dooley. I live at 6319 Percy Drive. I had a lot to talk about, but a lot of people have covered it. So I just want to make 2 main points. First of all, I'm very glad I have your attention because not only do I live in the neighborhood, I work in the neighborhood, and I have to get the attention of 10-year-olds at Westmead Elementary. So I'm glad that you're just automatically looking at me. Thank you. Secondly, I want to say that you'll hear from the opposition that there wasn't enough time. And we've actually been talking about this since about 2005. Some people just don't choose to come to the meetings. So I want you to keep that in mind. I also want you to keep in mind the reason I have on my address very large is because all of these people live in our neighborhood. And in the opposition, there are a few that live in our neighborhood, but most of the ones that have come today do not live in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dan Schilstadt. I'm a retired professional engineer planner. I used to do campus planning for Vanderbilt University. I live at 21 Vons Gap Road. I used to be a volunteer soccer coach for Hillwood High School, so I know a lot of the families that live in the neighborhood, and I'm glad when I had to move from my other address back into this neighborhood, I had a lot of friends that I could walk around and see. I've been around Nashville long enough in my 78 years that I have watched no zoning go to COMZO and go to sub-area planning. This neighborhood is in 2 pieces. One part's called the Highlands, and it has RS-15 zoning. It's already got one house per lot. It was developed the same time the Valley area of the neighborhood, the Highlands area probably has about 85 houses. The Valley area has around 300. So I can't understand why they would take the Valley area, 0.34 acres, roughly, for most of the lots, and make it R15. It makes no sense that you would give part of the neighborhood protection and the other part not. I don't know at what point in zoning and sub-area land use definitions this came about. I tried to research the history, but I didn't have enough time to find it, or I don't know how to find it. I'm just saying I support keeping the neighborhood the way it is. The only other thing I would add is I watched them put plastic pipe inside the main sanitary sewer lines, which cuts the capacity of that line down considerably because they were repairing it. You can't do it again and again, and the more density you add in that area, you're going to need to dig all the utilities up and redo them. I thank you very much for supporting this. Good night.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Scherer, and I live at 6318 Percy Drive. My husband and I moved here almost 12 years ago. We have 6 kids, and coming from Ohio, we could really move anywhere in Nashville that we wanted. But after a lot of searching, we realized that this neighborhood is a gem, a very unusual place where I can raise the kids the way I was raised. We can play outside without adult supervision all of the time because it's safe. There's not a lot of traffic. For the most part, we know our neighbors. They can walk to school or church. They can bike to the JCC. Other people have mentioned that, but one thing nobody has mentioned is that our neighborhood is so cool and so safe for children that it's a destination place on Halloween. I mostly want to just beg you to keep this neighborhood the same because it's so rare. I have siblings all over the country, and I'm the one who's spoiled enough to be able to let my kids play outside. There's not too much traffic, there aren't a lot of strangers, and I could see growing old here. I'm in favor of downzoning so that we can preserve this gem of a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening. My name is Doug Atwood, and I live at 1017 Percy Warner Boulevard, which is in the affected area. I'm not going to say that 2 homes, 1 lot is evil or is going to bring madness to the area, but what I'm going to do is tell you why I think it's going to be great to downsize and remain with 1 home per lot. My mother-in-law, Kathy Caldwell, lives at 1023 Percy Warner Boulevard. That's 3 houses up from where my wife and I currently are. It's where my wife grew up. It's where she was brought home from the hospital. What Kathy did when she was younger and Bridget was growing up is that she went out in the backyard and she could watch Bridget, my wife, and her brothers, Michael and Keith, and their sister Kelly, run back and forth through the yards. 5 yards down, 6 yards down, 7 yards, it doesn't matter. It's wide open. There's a straight shot. Now, I'm not going to say that it's great for my mother-in-law to be able to look out her back deck and see what's going on in my backyard, but, hey, I've got to take the good with the bad. But that's the beauty, that's the absolute beauty of our area, is that I can sit on my back deck and look down and see 5, 6, 7 houses down. It is wonderful. It's open. I have no issues about the kids being out. The only thing that stops them are privacy fences, but that comes with the territory. I just feel that 2 homes, 1 lot, it's going to go up and it's going to go back, and we're not going to have that straight shot to be able to see and just be able to sit around the fire pit drinking a little sweet tea at night and letting the kids run wherever they want to and being able to have the eye escape for them. So I would just ask that to vote for the downsizing, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Williams. I live at 1018 Percy Warner Boulevard. My wife and I moved in there 15 years ago. We've raised 2 kids there. We brought them both home from the hospital there. We invested heavily in our house, but it wasn't that we invested in the house. We invested in that neighborhood. When we were house shopping in Nashville and years ago, we drove through that neighborhood on the way to another house to meet a realtor, and she looked around and said, "This feels like home." And that's home. It needs to stay that way. Anybody coming up to tell you that they should do what they want to do, the reason behind it is money. There is no reason to give away a neighborhood for money. Nashville is growing, there is no doubt. There's no reason to stack us on top of each other. Let's just grow and prosper. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Council and Vice Mayor. My name is Monette Rebecca. I'm the Executive Director for the Richland Creek Watershed Alliance, and I'm here, Friends of Alan Dooley and Warner Park Community Center. I know you realize that this is a major tributary to Richland Creek, but this is how the downstream areas get degraded, the water gets polluted, the stream doesn't support fish, and we flood. Here's a community coming together for free, mitigating future problems, organizing themselves in congruency with each other, wanting to protect the natural area that enriches their lives. I fully support this idea. I wish we had more of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ann Hartz, and I live at 6823 Highland Park Drive. I'm actually in the RS 15 zoning already, but I would be looking across the street at the R15. I've been on the board since 2005. And we have 2 ways in and 2 ways out of the neighborhood. And so just as part of evidence to show that we do put up signage all the time, we have several signs that we've used, and we put them in the same locations each time, so anybody that drives in and out knows where they are. So this was back in 2012. These are just a few, and then these are from 2013. And then we have the annual meetings for the downzoning. And this was for the April 12th meeting. But this is just to show that we do. And we also walk around the neighborhood and put flyers. There's 85 in my neighborhood, let me just tell you, because I have put them on 85 homes. So we do communicate with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Spencer, and I live at 6303 St. Henry Drive, which is in the affected area. I grew up in this neighborhood. I moved away to California after college, and when my husband and I decided to move back to Nashville, this is the neighborhood that we wanted to move into. Along with myself, I have about 12 other relatives, first cousins, aunts, uncles that also live in the neighborhood. So this is really a home to us. We experience numerous benefits from the green space of our neighborhood, health and recreation, cooling in the summer and warming in the winter, absorbing the rainwater runoff, and the aesthetics. Studies have found that green spaces promote safer neighborhoods with residents having better relationships, which include increased knowledge of each other, showing help and support of each other, as well as having strong feelings of belonging. I see this often in our neighborhood, and most recently with my broken ankle and surgery, people came together to bring me dinner for 4 weeks, which was very nice since I have 4 little children under the age of 8. I had to fish around. So in 2010, the Metro Nashville Tree Canopy Assessment Project was published with its recommendations regarding the Davidson County Urban Tree Canopy. It stated that in order to maintain the average above tree canopy within Davidson County, the goals and objectives should focus on preserving tree canopy where it is high to maintain the ecological benefits that it provides. And I believe that the mature trees in this neighborhood fall in line with this recommendation. So I would really hope that you approve for the downzoning of our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in opposition that would like to speak? If you could, please come up and line up at the lectern. Please state your name and address, and again, I would ask that you not repeat what someone says before you.
My name is Chris Marchetti, and I live at 509 Clematis. I've owned the house at 1022 Edwin Warner for 9 years. I'm against the downzoning mainly because of the confused state of the neighborhood is in. At the April 12th meeting, 2 petitions were circulated. The first being the petition to downzone the neighborhood, and the second was to reduce the size of the Metro Council. This was very confusing to most of the people who attended. There is still much confusion on what exactly this bill entails. One of the originators of the downzoning was very upset after the April 23rd Planning Commission meeting. He was upset because he didn't even know that a provision for 9 homes to be opted out was added to the original bill. Councilperson Emily Evans moderated a meeting this weekend with the neighborhood, which I believe was very helpful in understanding this bill and the process. I believe if this bill can't be deferred for more discussion, then it should be amended to allow anyone owning property in the neighborhood to opt out of this zoning change. My understanding is that one of the main reasons for the downzoning is because of stormwater issues in the neighborhood. After talking with Tommy Palco, the Assistant Director of Stormwater, he said that the development of property would benefit the stormwater issues due to all the new regulations passed this last year. It has been mentioned that 200+ names have been gathered on a petition. However, I have talked to some of the people that have signed the petition, and they felt pressured by some of the overzealous neighbors into signing it. They may have 200+ signatures. However, to my knowledge, a proper vetting process has not been performed to verify the authenticity and the signatures, and no one knows how many households are represented by these unverified signatures. And one other thing, I own the rental property in the neighborhood, but also my kids go to St. Henry's, which is in that neighborhood. I've coached most of these people's kids for the last 16 years in football, basketball, and baseball. My sister lives directly across the street from me, so I'm not some mean man that's coming in to destroy the neighborhood. I just want to let you know, even though it's a rental property, I do care about about the neighborhood, and I do own, I have owned it for 9 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Could I please remind anyone that has a cell phone to put it on silent? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Karen Kane, and I live at 944 Percy Warner Boulevard. And I'm not a real estate developer. I'm not a real estate agent. I'm not a contractor. I moved into this neighborhood to retire there and live there forever. I love all my neighbors. Everything they said about the neighborhood is absolutely true and fabulous. I know all my neighbors, and my issue and my reason today to come and ask for deferral of this is because this has very recently become an issue for the majority of the neighborhood, driven by extreme emotion. And the issue, I attended a meeting just a few days ago, and I am a lawyer, and so I guess I like to know what is actually being put before everybody before a vote is taken. And no one could explain the opting out. No one could explain. At one point, someone said anyone can opt out. Another person said Ms. Evans decides who opts out and who doesn't. Someone else said, well, the Planning Commission, which disapproved without the amendment to opt out 9 particular areas, the confusion over the opting out has me concerned as a homeowner as to where these opting out properties are going to be. There was also some confusion about persons who happen to have basements in their home that have been designed for in-laws or persons like that, as to whether or not they would be precluded from renting out that property if need be. And I understood that some people say they wouldn't, and of course I believe the zoning change would preclude that. So I've done whatever research I could. I did not know, I've lived there for 5 or 6 years, I did not know that there was a homeowners association. And I've owned property in condominiums before, and I well know how condominium associations work. But this one, I understand, has only recently become very popular with respect to this zoning push and this door-to-door change. But I want you to know that I'm not at all saying I want our neighborhood to change. I don't want our neighborhood to change, but deferral of this so that the opting out issue can be resolved is what I think is necessary before a vote is taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Smith, and I live at 6319 St. Henry Drive in the affected area. I am also not a developer or realtor, but I am somebody that would like my property value to increase. We've only lived there for about 2 years. It's a wonderful neighborhood, it's a wonderful community. I belong to no association, nor did I ever know an association existed in that neighborhood, and have never been approached by anyone to join or to participate in an association meeting. So they definitely do not speak for me. I think it's an extremely confusing issue, as many of the people opposing will tell you. I was only made aware of it last week. I work 2 jobs. Many times I come home well after dark and the signs probably are up and I never even saw them. So that's probably on me, but it just seems like in an issue this serious with so much enthusiasm for such a great neighborhood, it would behoove the committee to defer and let us talk about some of the other issues that maybe are getting sort of slid under the table where people feel very passionately about it. I hope to live there the rest of my life. I love that neighborhood. But I bought that property 2 years ago knowing what the zoning was, knowing I had the right to build 2 houses on my lot if I chose to. If I should have to care for my mother, my brother, and father are deceased, that will become my responsibility. And we bought there knowing that if that were to be an issue in our family, that is a place that I could make that happen. And so for them to say nobody knew the zoning when they bought that property is false. And there's a lot of talk about really tall houses. Well, you can have a giant tall single family home as well as a giant tall 2 homes on one lot. You can have a big house that takes up a lot of space or 2 houses that do. And I don't really see the difference. So I respectfully ask for a deferment, or I would like to opt out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dora Louise Elisar, and I moved with my husband in the 70s to this area. I live at 90 Vons Gap Road. I've had several of the signs in my yard. I worked in the polls, and I consider myself active in the community. I'm a retired Metro school teacher, and let me tell you right now, I earned every penny of your tax dollars. I loved my children, and I always tried to teach the class. When we didn't get along, we'd have a class meeting, and everybody would get a voice. Now, I'm one of the ones that did not really realize what was going on because I travel to my 97-year-old mother to take care of her. And so I've missed some of the meetings. I did not really realize. I thought it was a picnic that they were having. They have all these signs, come to the picnic. And I was so disappointed I didn't get to go to the picnic. But, you know, these are nice people, and I was very disturbed actually Sunday, when I went to the meeting because I didn't realize there was a war going on. We've got one side over here, we got one side over there. Now, I learned some facts that probably are not all true, but I did take my notes being a teacher and doing my research. And I would like to say my dad always told me to get the facts before you make a decision. Well, I haven't had time to get the facts, and it's probably because I have not been there. But I learned that first of all, I'm one of the ones that has a real big, tall building. It's 3 stories, and you could not have a bigger building than I have. So I'm not really complaining or saying anything, but there are large homes in the area. I'd like to say that when I called around to try to find out about this, the word gentrification came up, and I'm learning new topics that they haven't even mentioned. I do not think that you should change the rules in midstream without there being a lot of collaboration. Now, that's an education word, but I feel like we haven't had time for everyone to understand the other people's viewpoints. I've only learned about this since Sunday, and I apologize that I haven't had much time to do research and say what I should say, but I was affected by the flood and I did have that resolved. My taxes went down because this area supposedly was not growing. So, I mean, I'm concerned about the value of my home. I'm single now by myself, and I may have to move my mother here. I may have to have my children there. I don't know. In fact, I hadn't even thought about building a house until everybody started talking about it, and I said, well, goodness, I don't have the money. First of all, we're talking about a lot of money to do this. And can I finish my sentence, please? Secondly, about 150 of the homes don't even qualify to be built on. Thank you. And I want to thank you all for paying attention to your teachers, because you wouldn't be here if you hadn't.
Hello, my name is Vicki Marchetti, and I'm one of those predatory realtors in the neighborhood. I live at 1033 Edwin Warner Drive, and I've lived on Edwin Warner for 17 years, and I moved out there because Warner Park is a great neighborhood, but it's time for some renovation out there. It's in a 1960s time warp, and throwing a few new houses in there is only going to help the neighborhood. I'm for downzoning for whoever wants to do it. I personally do not and would like to opt out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ruby Rucker, and I live at 1027 Percy Warner Boulevard, and have lived there along with my husband for the past close to 38 years. And I beg to differ on some of the things that the people said that are in support of this effort as far as community notification. We have lived, like I said, for as long, probably much longer than most of the people that have spoken before me. And we just recently found out that there is a neighborhood association. And so it wasn't until December of last year that we became aware that this neighborhood association had plans to downzone the whole neighborhood. And as seniors, and not knowing what the future holds for us, we would like to retain the benefit of options for people that have our zoning. So we're asking that if this proposal changes, if it passes, that we be able to opt out to retain our property rights to do as we would have with our zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Martin Kennedy. I live at 929 Percy Warner Boulevard. I've lived there for almost 11 years. I've raised a family there. Complete agreement, a great place to raise a family. Still raising that family. I oppose the downzoning proposal. The policy reasons are as follows. What we're talking about here is increasing arbitrarily the minimum lot size. That's harmful with respect to public transit planning. Density is the single best predictor of public transit use. My own family is a heavy user of public transit. That will only increase or be necessary as we change zoning with respect to high schools. And once gas doubles in price or triples in price, we need to have a very good public transit system. Increasing the minimum lot size arbitrarily is detrimental to the preservation of land and habitat. We acquired, or Friends of Warner Parks acquired about 500 acres recently. That doesn't happen when you have low density zoning. So a little bit higher density zoning is good for land preservation. Increasing the minimum lot size also is in direct conflict with the policy goal of affordable housing. Basic economics, if you restrict the supply of something, you hold everything else constant, the price of that something will go up. Okay, we need affordable housing. Increasing the minimum lot size also can be seen to have an impact, a disparate impact on ethnic and racial minorities. There's a sort of a bad history in our country of employing exclusionary zoning. I'm not accusing anybody of racial or ethnic bias, but I'm uncomfortable with it, and reviewing some of the comments that have been posted on our community Facebook page, I think it's a valid discomfort. I think if we leave things alone, we'll have a marginal and gradual increase of density. The world will not come spinning off its axis. On a very personal level, I oppose a downzoning because I like to keep what I own. Call me crazy or greedy, but I simply like to keep what I purchased. A lot of people sign petitions, and I respect their passion and their energy. In 2004, my wife and I signed a deed, a title to a property, and with that came the zoning. I simply think it's ethically wrong from an ethical standpoint to take that away if you don't have a very compelling reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janet Weinstein. I live at 1012 Percy Warner. I fear I'll be the most hated person in this courtroom after I say this. We've heard all kinds of stories from people that moved into the neighborhood because they loved it and because it's safe to raise a family, which is fine, it's lovely. This safety, in my opinion, is versus property owners' rights. To be honest, this little area was like a little forgotten area during the rise and fall of the economy recently. This area was stuck in a time warp as far as purchasing is concerned. The prices remained ridiculously low for almost anywhere in Nashville. I think it's hypocritical for people to say I came in here because it's a lovely, wonderful area, when the bottom line is it was extremely reasonable area, besides all the other wonderful things about it. This has come upon me very quickly, even though I've lived there for about 10 years. Actually, I was raised on Brookmont Terrace when that was nothing but a field there in the 60s that was donated to the church to be developed. There's a lot of those houses. This was not a luxurious area. They were modest houses. Lots of them are in need of renovation. When I purchased, I basically had to renovate bathrooms, kitchens, sinks, the whole bit. I would choose to opt out. I do choose to opt out simply because I don't want anybody changing my possibilities. There's a lot of unknowns here, one of which I just learned today. As we're zoned right now, there are businesses that are permittable in these houses. I guess these folks don't realize there are lots of other things, but you can run a business apparently out of your own home, which one of the people that is spearheading this downzoning does so. I don't know if the neighbors would be happy if every other home had a business being run out of their home. But again, I just wish this would be have the chance to have people that were not petitioned to say they're against it, to be able to speak about that too. Thank you. Hate me if you will.
Thank you.
My name is Andy Newman. I live at 43 Vons Gap Road. I'm in the affected area. I guess I've only been there 20 years and raised 2 kids, but I have no secrets. I'm a developer and contractor by trade, so I'm one of those evil people that have been there 20 years and love that neighborhood. I moved in this neighborhood just like everybody else, and all the people that spoke for and against, I agree with most of the things they say about the neighborhood. It is a great neighborhood. This issue to me comes down to 2 things. One, it's about housing density, and it's about people's property rights. Right now, we're zoned for 2-on-1, and if that remains, that increases the density. I have an opinion, other people have an opinion. And the other issue is property rights, which I feel very strongly that I have a property. I'm entitled to those rights. I'm not here to speak against downzoning. I'm happy with those groups that they want to downzone. That's fine. That's their right. That's their opinion. Please don't include me in that group if I don't want. You've heard a line of people that would like to opt out of that. I mean, there is a small group of property owners that is represented by this Warner Park Community Association that feel this should be an issue. They asked Ms. Evans to introduce this bill. Again, This is a private organization. Whether I choose to attend their meetings or not attend their meetings, that's my choice. They're a private organization. Doesn't give up my rights as a property owner because wasn't in their agenda for the last 10 years. I have to be honest, until the meeting in April where I received notice, I didn't even know this was an issue at all. That we were going to happen. So I personally don't agree with their stance, but I agree they have the right to do that. So what I'm here today to ask the Metro Council, that at our last meeting, Ms. Evans stated that she will consider opt-outs, but there was no guarantees about the process or who would qualify, who would not qualify in that process to ensure our property rights and the people that's asked to opt out. I'm asking the Metro Council to allow an amendment to this bill so property owners who want to opt out have that right to remain their property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing closed, seeing no others that wish to speak. Council Lady Evans.
I would like to move approval with a brief explanation and defer third reading to the first meeting in July. I get that motion right, John? Okay.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Council Lady, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Council, for your forbearance on this rather long public hearing tonight. The opt-out question we're going to work through between tonight and the first meeting in July. The reason for my hesitation is because for the first time ever, as far as I know, the Planning Commission approved a downzone and actually identified the lots being opted out, which actually happen to include lots of people who want to be downzoned. So I've got to work through those one at a time, and then in addition, the people that have spoken tonight about being opted out. So we'll work on that between second and third and bring you a bill that you can support in July.
No, thank you. Councilman Todd, you had your button.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I'm going to support this tonight to keep it moving. I've had a lot of these downzonings in my district, and I've never downzoned anybody who did not want to be downzoned. I think Martin Kennedy and Mr. Newman, some of these folks said it exactly right, that when you buy a home, one of the things you pay for is how it's currently zoned. That's part of your important property rights, and this would set a horrible precedent in this city to take away people's property rights. So I'm all for the people who want to downzone. I've done lots of downzoning, so anybody who wants to downzone, you should have your property downzoned if that's what you want. But if you don't want to be downzoned, and that may not be popular with some of you who want the massive downzoning, I'm sorry, but I cannot support this on...
Address the chair.
Sure, on third reading. So I guess what I would say, and I heard a lot of the proponents of this downzoning say that they want to keep things the way they are. Well, the way this is currently set up, it's R15. It's not RS15. So, there's always a presumption to keep the status quo. So, I think there's a lot of work to be done here. I've heard from a lot of people who want to be carved out or opted out, and let's keep this moving. Let's work with the council lady and get this to third reading, but I can only support this if everybody who wants to be opted out gets stopped out.
Thank you very much. I have several other council members in queue. I do want to remind you that the council lady has asked for deferral to be able to work on this, and it will come back to us. But next in the queue is Council Lady Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just wanted to make sure that we receive some type of written information. And I guess my questions are the same as it relates to Councilmember Todd, but I wanted them beforehand is who gets to opt out and to make sure that the neighbors are clear about that. And also had a question for planning. Just to be clear, does downzoning increase or decrease property value? That's what I would like to know.
Well, that really depends on the property, but I would say as a general rule that a downzoning probably decreases the entitlements for the property.
Okay, and then I have one more question, and this is just based off of me listening to the public hearing, so I think it's relevant. What does the overall downzoning do for the city of Nashville as a whole? When we look at it in its entirety, how does that affect the city when we talk about diversity, housing, affordability, and those things? Thank you.
Well, I would say, Council Lady, that a downzone can be used to protect the neighborhood and the the actual integrity of the neighborhood as it exists today, but at the same time, it also prevents us from introducing some density into all parts of our community, which is certainly something that the Planning Commission tries to encourage, and it's one of the reasons why, and we've worked with the council lady many times on these very issues to try and make sure that we're introducing density throughout all of Nashville, and she's always been very receptive to that.
So does it throw, it seems like it would throw the, I don't know what the word is off, but if it's not diversity allowed in some areas or areas allowed to grow, that it pushes it in to other areas and into the other corners or areas that it seems like it would kind of throw it out of balance, I guess is what I'm saying. If you cannot move it to other areas and you allow restrictions.
Certainly, as our population continues to increase, that if you downzone some areas where you can't introduce additional residents, then that is going to require that we allow more residents in other areas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Stanley.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate the sponsor and the bill that's before the council downloading, it's downzoning this property. I will say that back in 1990, when we adopted the Concept 2010 General Plan and with it the sub-area planning process, the Sub-Area 14 plan that was developed and adopted by Metro Nashville covered Donaldson, Hermitage, and Old Hickory. And the Planning Commission at that time went through all of the subdivisions in Donaldson, Hermitage, and Old Hickory and rezoned all of those subdivisions, downzoned them to RS. Especially those subdivisions that did not have a substantial number of duplexes. Now, I will say, I want to know what the reasons were why this subdivision, because it's very similar to the one I live in Donaldson, why it was not downzoned to RS15 when the sub-area plan was adopted. Can you give me any reasons whatsoever?
Well, Councilman, unlike you, I was not around at that time. So I'm not sure why it wasn't included. But I will say this, that the Planning Commission's review of these types of downzoning has evolved over time. And as density has become an issue for our community, and as we've had to look closer at these downzonings and what they do, as the council lady I think was trying to point out, what they do to other areas where we have to start to introduce additional density to make up for the units that we need for our citizens. Our thoughts on these issues have evolved, and we've tried to be very strategic about the properties that we identify in these downzonings to ask for council members to leave in as R zoning. Corner lots, larger lots where we think that adding additional units won't disrupt or will have less of a disruption in the integrity of the existing neighborhood.
I appreciate the answer. One last thing I will say is that opting out can have an adverse impact on a downzoning for an entire subdivision. Because if you opt out, if you allow any individuals that own property, homeowners, to opt out, many times these homeowners will move away and then they will subdivide the property. They will maintain title to the property, but they will subdivide that property. And they will allow a duplex to go in to that subdivided property. Now, I will say that back in 1987, there was a owner that came in title to a home in Donaldson. He subdivided the property. He owned it. He inherited it from his mother. He subdivided the property, and then he brought in a little white wooden duplex that was not in any way substantially it did not in any way substantially meet the requirements of the subdivision. Now, I am in favor of this downzoning. I will support support it this night. And I will support it on third reading if indeed you can come before the council with an agreement between both sides. But I will say that I am very appreciative of the people, both the for and against this downzoning this night. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. There have been several additional lights hit. I will remind everyone, this does still have to go to Planning and Zoning Committee before you speak, but I will allow other council members to speak. But just remember, this is still going before committee and coming back to us after deferral. Councilman Duvall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to stand and thank you, Emily, for what you're doing and how you're trying to handle this. I think with the deferral, you'll be able to work out the opt-out options. A number of years ago, we rezoned over 2,000 acres across the lake and had an opt-out situation where we had one large property owner that wanted to do that. And we were able to work that out through planning and through the Metro Council. So I'm going to encourage you to give the folks the option to opt out that they're asking for it. And those folks that want to keep what they have, keep what they have. And God bless you for trying to make this all work between now and third reading. And Doug, just for what it's worth, in probably 1990, you were still in high school, so I don't know how you'd have the answer.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilor Leinster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, I'd like to ask you a question. Is because she's gonna defer to July. Is there any way that we could hear from the public as to a consensus was reached, or, in other words, I'm asking, is this closing the public hearing tonight?
Yes, the public hearing is closed unless the council, with 2/3 vote, tried to have another public hearing, but the typical process is the public hearing is closed and further discussion can go on with the community and the council member, but the public hearing is now closed.
Okay. I would like, if the council lady could you advise us of when your meetings are going to be held between now and July, and maybe I might even arrive at one of your meetings.
Oh, that'd be great. I will. I'll notify everybody of the. However, we're definitely going to have another community meeting, and we'll have as many as we need to until we reach some consensus.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Pardue.
Yes, sir. In the interest of eating breakfast, I'd like to call for the question, please.
It's been properly moved and second for the question. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The question passes. We're now on to the original motion, which is to approve on second reading and then defer until
First meeting in July.
First meeting in July. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bill passes and is deferred until July. Thank you. BL 2015-1084. The sponsor is Council Member Moore. This changes 0.69 acres from R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 1712 Carville Avenue and 524 Wedgewood Avenue to permit up to 8 residential dwelling units. Council Lady Moore.
I move to open the public hearing.
If you could please leave very quietly so that we could continue with public hearing. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of those in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands for anyone in opposition? Seeing none, I now, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady Moore.
I move for approval.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. BL 2015. The door is open. BL 2015-1085. Sponsor is Councilmember Duval. Changes 18.74 acres from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 13153, 13159, and 13167 Old Hickory Boulevard to permit up to 244 residential units and mixed-use development. Councilmember Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Call for the public hearing, please.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor of this bill? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? All right, thank you. Would anyone in favor at this time like to come up and speak? If you could, make your way to the lectern. I would ask that you state your name and address.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Tom White. I live at 36 Old Club Court, and I represent the applicant in this matter. I want to begin by thanking Councilman Robert Duvall for the incredible amount of time he's put in on this matter. There have been neighborhood meetings. There have been meetings at the Planning Commission. There have been innumerable phone conversations. We've appreciated his time and his commitment. At the outset, I want to confirm this is a matter where there was unanimous approval at the Planning Commission. In addition to that, it was very clear as a predicate that it was consistent with the policy in the area. With respect to the requests of the different metro departments, I can assure you, as I said at the Planning Commission, I don't know of one request from any metro department that wasn't conceded to by the client in this case. It was a good faith commitment to do what the majority of the people in the district want, and that's been achieved. I also want to suggest that there was a very significant meeting at the Cane Ridge Community Center. I certainly am not telling you it was a unanimous vote, but by far the greatest majority, 90% of the people there were supportive and remain supportive. I would request that you consider the approval tonight. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you.
I'm Peggy Johnson, and I live in Octoberwood subdivision. I've been there for almost 14 years. And during the last 9 years, I've been on the Homeowners Association. For the last 7.5 years, I've been president of the Homeowners Association.
Could you please state your address?
5917 Banning Circle.
Thank you.
Okay. Several condos and apartment developments have been proposed for this land, but they've all failed to meet the expectations of our residents. TDK Construction Company held a community meeting open to the 403 homeowners in October Woods and 150 homeowners in Apple Valley who will be directly affected by Burkett Station. They have taken our input and concerns into their consideration. Most of our people are excited about the prospects of the new commercial and retail business which will be coming into our area. Currently, the only thing that we have is a Subway and the TA truck stop. Of course, the one concern that has been voiced most frequently is the traffic. But our front entrance is located only 1/10 of a mile from the entrance ramps to I-24. Change is inevitable for Cane Ridge. We've held out for something that would be an asset to our community, and Burkett Station appears to be the best that we're going to be offered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Claudia Barnach, and I live at 708 Candy Apple Cove in Apple Valley subdivision. I am here representing the Hispanic community in my neighborhood. We would like to see our neighborhood get better. We do not want to go shopping all the way across town. Like Peggy said, we only have a truck stop and a Subway. And believe it or not, we Mexicans don't live only on tacos. We don't only want Mexican restaurants around there. We would love to see better things coming our way. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Doug Newberry, and I too live in October Woods at 5228 Cat's Paw Drive. I was at the 4 December meeting that Councilman Duvall hosted for us. I've been to a lot of these meetings like this, and I got to tell you, that was a first-class meeting. To say that I was impressed with TDK's proposal would be an understatement and a dishonesty to them. I think that the proposal is in our best interest. I think it will help our property values. It brings us things that we need in our community. I was impressed with the fact that as folks in the meeting made various comments, TDK took those to heart. Some of those were resolved right on the spot. So I'm all in favor of this. I think it will help us in lots of ways. Thank you.
My name is George Kersey. I live at 7079 Red Apple Road. I'm here representing myself, but I also am representing my 91-year-old mother, who has property that adjoins the property that is up for rezoning. Our family moved to that property in 1956 when my dad purchased land from Mr. Will Burkett. The dairy cattle have been replaced by homes. The crops, we mow our lawns now. It is not the agricultural area that I moved into, but that is in fact an indication of growth. I have followed the developments as they have been presented at Cane Ridge Community Center. I have read in great detail the proposals from the Planning Commission upon which the proposal to rezone this area are predicated. I have to support this because it not only will improve, I think, our property value in Apple Valley and in October Woods, but it will increase the tax base of this county. It is the cost of growth, and I urge your support for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone in opposition like to speak at this time? If you could, come forward.
My name's Terry Rucker. I live at 329 Battle Road. It's right up the street from where this development's going to be. I have a petition here, 3 pages of petition of people that live on Twin Oaks,
if you could,
Battle Road.
The Sergeant of Arms will take your petition.
And a large number from October Woods have signed the petition in opposition to these apartments going in our neighborhood. We would like to see it remain single-family homes. We moved out there as it was A2RA. Everybody out there lives on 5 acres or more. We know the change is coming. October Woods has been a good neighbor. Apple Valley's been a good neighbor. But we would like to see it remain single-family homes and not have apartments built out there in our neighborhood. They did have one meeting up there at Cane Ridge Community Center. Nobody on Twin Oaks, nobody on Battle Road, nobody up over Hickory Boulevard knew anything about it until like 30 minutes before the meeting took place. We would like to see them have to come back and have more community meetings and have more input from the neighbors that have been out there for 30 years. Just let us come back in and have more meetings. They had promised us when they had these meetings, excuse me, that they would have 4 to 6 more meetings with the neighbors. That has never happened. We had that one, and that was it. So we would like to see them come back, have more meetings with the community, and maybe come up with some other plans for that area right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Richard Downs. I live at 324 Battle Road. I just learned of this a few weeks ago through the email, and I just don't see how you can think property values would go up from an apartment complex. When apartments come in, the crime rate goes up. It's statistically proven. Homeowners, we'd love to see a subdivision come in, not apartments, because you know how it works. They come in and promise everything, and they do, but then they sell it in 5 years, and the next people come in as a management company. They got to meet quota, so they're just going to fill those apartments. But everything out there, I don't know if you're familiar with Cane Ridge, but it's a quiet community. Everybody out there is on 5 acres or more. Some of them are 10 and 12 acres. And the reason we moved out there, we've been there 15 years, is to have that distance, that quiet, that peaceful area. And why would you go to the county? We're at the county line. Why would you build apartments at the county line? It doesn't make sense to me. We're totally against it. And there's a lot of, like I said, the petition's got 53 names. That's not a lot until you think about 53 people on 5 acres each. Then it's a lot of territory. And that's all, if you just take that in consideration. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Sue Downs, and I'm Richard's wife. And we did purchase the land in Cane Ridge because we thought it was an idyllic place to live. And so far it has been. Can't complain too much, maybe with the traffic. But we have a passion for that area, and we want to keep that passion alive. We just have a good passion for Cane Ridge, and we hope that you'll consider at least slowing down. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Marjorie Bowles, and I live at 330 Battle Road. We've lived there for 35 years, and we bought 5 acres, which we were required to do at that time. We've raised our children there, and we would so much. October Woods and Apple Valley have been great. There's no problem. And this is what, if there's any way that we could do this with single-family dwellings, even if they're like single-family dwellings, 2 per acre or whatever, that would be great. We would love that. But please reconsider this.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other people wishing to speak, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move for approval with a couple of quick comments.
It's been properly moved. Do I have a second? Second. Properly moved and seconded. Councilman Duval.
Thank you. A couple of things I do want to make you aware of. Twin Oaks was represented. A gentleman that is known as the mayor of Twin Oaks, kind of an unspoken HOA president, was in attendance and spoke in support of the development. Before I ever brought this development even to the community, I went to planning, talked to them. This is a complex that's going to be up against Interstate 24. You're going to have a very difficult time building single-family homes against the interstate. It does border up against Rutherford County, and there's a number of pieces of the property that cannot be utilized because of the low density or the low terrain. I've never supported an apartment complex. I've been on this council for 9 years. I've never brought one before you before. But it's the proper use of this land. It's the only use that we can make. And it's not just apartments. In the front of the facility is a retail space that so desperately the folks that live out there need. A couple of the folks spoke about not knowing about the meeting. That was because they lived outside of the area that was required to be notified. I do have a newsletter. I put it on the newsletter for the folks that are out there that are on my newsletter. So I made the effort to reach out past that, but I didn't go door to door knocking on doors. Probably for every signature that have been mustered to go against that, you'll find that probably most of those, if not all of them, are outside of the Apple Valley, October Woods. There may be somebody from Twin Oaks I'm not aware of that hasn't contacted me. So again, I renew my request for this council to approve this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Duval. Councilor Johnson, your light is on.
Can I be recorded as an abstention on this, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Bill passes. We're now to BL 2015-1086. The sponsor is Councilman Tigert. Changes 5.4 acres from MUL to SP zoning for property located at Old Hardin Pike, unnumbered, 7386 Old Hardin Pike, and Bellevue Road, unnumbered, at the corner of Bellevue Road and Old Hardin Pike to permit up to 67 detached residential units. Councilman Tigert. so we can take 1087 with it. That caption is cancels 5.53 acres of the Bellevue Town Center urban design overlay for property located at Old Hardin Pike unnumbered, 7386 Old Hardin Pike and Bellevue Road unnumbered, at the corner of Bellevue Road and Old Hardin Pike, approved for a mixed-use development, including 61,850 square feet of retail, restaurant, office, residential uses. Councilman Tiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I moved to open the public hearing, I thought Councilman Pardue's comment was very appropriate, but it's also appropriate that he didn't say home-cooked breakfast. I'd move to open the public hearing.
All right. Now declare the public hearing open. Can I see a show of hands of those that are in favor of this bill? Thank you. Could I please see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Thank you. At this time, would anyone in favor like to come and speak? If you could, come line up at the lectern.
Wester. I live at 1717 Nottingham Place in Nashville in the Bellevue area. There were previously 2 meetings that I attended where other developers proposed things that would fit within this current existing zoning. And I believe it packed the Shoney's. They couldn't find any place for the rest of us to stand. And I listened, and I didn't take sides really. I just listened to what they had to say. Overwhelmingly, people did not want apartments here. Overwhelmingly, they didn't want a nursing home here or a senior living center. They didn't want retail here, even though that is what is zoned and that's what it is in the community plan that was done several years ago, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, I don't know when. Most importantly, one of the things about this location is a malfunction junction. It is a dogleg intersection. I have to travel through this section from Highway 100 over to the Bellevue Road new library to make that a trip that makes sense and stay off the main roads. It is very dangerous to turn left and then turn right to stay on Bellevue Road. One of the conditions of all of these discussions is that any development requires this intersection to be straightened out. It is very expensive, and all the developers that I've listened to before say it just can't be done, the money can't be there, there's no way to do this development without doing high-density, 3-story apartment complex and or retail as it currently exists. Surprisingly, along comes a new developer, and they say, we're proposing single-family homes, we're proposing to straighten out this dog leg. We're deeding the city the right-of-way that it takes to straighten this intersection out. And not only that, you have the dog leg, but you have a railroad track that runs parallel here. And people back up, turning left from Old Harding Road, which everyone knows is basically one way going this way and one going this way, 1 lane each. And it's totally backed up at about 5:30 at night when everybody's going home. To turn left off of Bellevue Road and turn back right on Bellevue Road is taking your life into your hands. And coming the other direction, if I come another way, is still backing me up. Surprisingly, if somebody suddenly stops and turns left, you're backed up and sitting on a railroad track that is not signalized. Please, please pass this. I appreciate it. It's a safety issue, and it is a major improvement, and it is what the neighbors at meetings have asked for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is Tom White. I live at 36 Old Club Court, and I represent the applicant in this matter. At the front end, I wanted to comment that Sherry Wiener's never been known to lay down on the job. She is home, she's resting, she's in bed rest for a week, and I'm sure she would enjoy your thoughts and prayers, but she's worked tirelessly on the matter. I appreciate Councilman Charlie Tiger stepping up on this matter this evening. There's been countless neighborhood meetings, countless phone calls taken by her. This is another matter where the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval, consistent with every policy issue. I told the council lady I would turn in, and I'll give this to the Sergeant at Arms, a petition which is from the neighborhood next door, which is Bell Point, which is most directly affected. There's approximately 75 signatures from that development. And my comment to the members of the council is that generally the council gives great deference to those that are most directly affected by a project. To my knowledge, it may not be unanimous, but it's very close to it for those that are most directly affected by this proposal. You hear those people come to the mic, they'll identify who they are, what their area is, et cetera. I am aware that a petition has been circulated in opposition to this. I've taken a quick look at the opposition in the petition. There are at least 6 or so that are out of the country. There's many that are out of the state. And I don't think there's many whatsoever within a half mile of the project. And if they are, they can identify themselves when they come up. I think it's a very distinct minority, but the vast majority of the people in the Bellevue community have known this track for many years, know that it has had great potential. As the first speaker said, it has been sitting there as almost as an albatross in the community until the current developer came along. He has met repeatedly. He's made assurances that are put in writing that are enforceable. We'd urge you to approve this matter tonight. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Randy Chastain, 8680 Burkett Place, 37135. And my son and I own Parkside Builders. We will be the owners, the developer and builder of this project. We've been building throughout Middle Tennessee for over 18 years. We've built thousands of homes, and we've been scouring greater Nashville to find places we can build pocket neighborhoods that are in the low to mid twos. It's a harder and harder task. And we really were happy to find this tract, and that when we first started looking at it, we met with Councilwoman Weiner to understand their concerns and the neighborhood concerns. And she was very emphatic that she did not want apartments. She did not want the commercial. She wanted to realign Bellevue Road, wanted to respect the cemetery, and wanted to make sure we enhance the buffer between us and the Bell Point condominiums. So with that, we began our design. We had 2 neighborhood meetings. We had over 90% approval in those meetings. We had several meetings, which the councilwoman wanted us to do with Mr. Gill, who owned the Bellevue Mansion contiguous to our property. We listened to him and his concerns and accomplished that within the site plan itself. And we have had multiple meetings with planning staff and public works to work out the details of the road alignment, the sidewalk system, and various planning items that the planning department and staff wished. So with that, we bring today a site plan and a SP plan which we feel meets all the requirements that we were asked to do. So we hope that you will consider us favorably. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Code, and I'm at 209 10th Avenue South, and I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates. We're the planners and civil engineers are working with the developer on this property. Some 10 years ago, I actually was involved in the development of the UDO that was placed on this property because of its location to the community itself. But since that time, a lot of things have taken place. A lot of new development and commercial development on Highway 100, so it's changed the aspect of what this property should be developed for. We've worked with both planning and public works on those improvements that were originally included in the overall plan to make sure that the street network and those other issues the young lady was speaking about have been taken care of this plan. So we appreciate your approval and let us move forward, creating a new neighborhood within an existing neighborhood to better improve the residents for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak in favor?
Hello, my name is Charlene Greer, and I live at 713 Albar Drive, which is approximately 3 blocks from the area. I've been a Bellevue resident and a Bellevue business owner for 15 years. I've lived in Bellevue for about 35 years, and most of that time has been within a 3-block radius of this area. And to those of us who have been in Bellevue for so long, this is kind of an area that is sacred ground for us. This was kind of always considered the center of Bellevue. And it's heartbreaking to see that sit there. And as I was driving by tonight, it's grown up again. It needs cutting. It needs work done on it. I have been to several meetings like the previous folks that have been up here. And I don't recall at the last meeting I went that there was a single question brought up that this developer had not already had a plan for. And I've been to several that I have voted, said, no, I would not support that because we don't need apartments. We want something that's fitting for that corner. And for them to come in and say that they're going to do all of this work that's going to make this section that hasn't worked for years become accessible to everybody. My mother lives within 3 blocks on the other side of the railroad track, and so we're back and forth all the time. But to have Bellevue Road and all of that connected, I'm not very good at speaking, but have all of that connected, I mean, that is a major lift for Bellevue. And I would just ask the council to please do anything that you can do to approve this project and to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wyatt Rampy. I live at 8706 Poplar Creek Road in 37221. I am very eager to see this project move forward. I think it is a great use of valuable property. As she said, it's been vacant for all this time. But one of my primary reasons to support this is because it is ownership. Our community has plenty of rental property. Ownership is what we need. People are invested in their community and they will stay. Also, it is the least impact for this use of property on traffic. Traffic is an issue, and this will be the least impactful. And also regarding impact, it's the least impact on the surrounding property, specifically the historic Bellevue home that is next door that we want to see protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jad Duncan. I live at 7021 Bay Cove Trail. I am a resident. I live about 1.5 miles from the proposed area, and I'm also the president of the Bellevue Harpeth Chamber of Commerce. Bellevue, as Councilman Tigard and Councilman Mitchell and Council Lady Weiner would all agree, is a thriving and booming area right now, and we have a lot of projects that are waiting to be approved and really on the way up. And in that situation, this is a dynamic development as well, and we're very pleased as a chamber and as a community to have this project being looked at. One particular issue that our community, Bellevue, faces is our slumbering shopping area. As you notice, I avoid the word dead mall. And one issue that has been stated to cause that is the lack of rooftops. Well, this developer is planning to put rooftops in this area, but not just any rooftops, not apartment rooftops, but solid ownership, as the previous person mentioned. Our developer, Mr. Chastain, is invested in the community, and he is a fine member of the Bellevue Harpeth Chamber of Commerce. He does excellent work, as evident in Richland Station and his Germantown development. And his vision is impeccable to add accessible single-family homes to our community of Bellevue, which is such a pressing topic in Nashville's population and development boom. The Bellevue Chamber of Commerce and me personally, we certainly are pleased to support this bill, and we ask the council to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Gill, 7306 Old Harding Pike. My wife and I and our family, we reside in that old Bellevue house that's immediately to the east of this development. So along with the property at Bell Point and our property, these are the two property owners that are immediately adjacent to this. I'd like to thank Council Lady Weiner, even though she's not here, for the objective and fair meetings that she has held to get all the concerns. Thanks for Mr. Chastain and the interest that he has in developing this property and responding to all the concerns that there are. We've got a good option here. It's the best option that we've had presented so far, and I recommend that you favorably consider this.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. My name's Alan Thompson, 6428 Holly Trace Court. I've been a resident of the Bellevue community for approximately 25 years. My wife and I's first house was about 6 houses down from this site. I remember the day the owner of the Bellevue Market was shot and killed. That market was shut down very soon after that incident, and that project and that site has sat idle for almost 20 years. The development that's before you tonight is a quality development. It will bring quality homes and a character to our community that's only going to increase the value and our quality of life. So I'd ask everybody at the council, please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Renee Kasman, 727 Barland Court, and I personally collected all the signatures on the petition that Mr. White referred to. And I just wanted to clarify something, because I do think the petition was mischaracterized slightly. I'd like to read to you what the residents of Bell Point agreed to. Residents of Bell Point do not oppose rezoning the adjacent property from mixed use to residential. However, we request that the intent of the original UDO remain the same concerning the character and privacy of our community. This would include a substantial buffer zone consisting of ample year-round vegetation. We have not come to an agreement completely on this yet, so I'm hoping this will be amended before third reading. The original UDO called for a 25-foot buffer zone between our community and the new development. This is now being reduced to a 15-foot buffer zone. We were going to be adjacent to a level parking lot. Now we're going to be adjacent to 2- and 3-story townhomes. So what we're requesting is that the buffer zone that is put in, that is specified, that there are height requirements for the vegetation. Low shrubs are not going to help protect our community at all. And that's what our community signed on to in this. We do not oppose the rezoning, but we would like the developer to work a little bit more with our community, making sure that our privacy is protected. And that was what was in the petition that was handed into you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Alicia Cohn. I live at 531 Bell Point Court, and I'm the current president of the Bell Point Homeowners Association. And Renee covered what we believe needed to be said. But again, the Homeowners Association does not oppose this, and as long as there's agreement on the buffer zone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Joe Schrott. I reside at 719 Harpeth Parkway West, which is about a good block from this site. I've lived there for 28 years, and I want to encourage you to approve this project because it's going to be a quality project. It's going to really help Bellevue, and I don't know how many of you live in Bellevue or have driven around Bellevue, but there's quite a few elderly people, a lot of baby boomers, and we're all looking for a smaller lot, smaller homes to move to, and we don't have anything to move into except River Plantation. And this would make a very good option for a lot of the baby boomers trying to downsize, leaving the bigger lots and the bigger homes that we live in now for the younger people, middle-aged people who want those kinds of homes because they have families. So that's just another item that I'd like to bring to your attention, and I look forward to you approving this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in favor, would anyone in opposition like to speak at this time?
Hi, my name is Cindy Tyler. I live at 608 Harpeth Knoll Road in Bellevue. My husband and I have lived there since 1993, and we too remember when Mr. Carter had his store there. We also remember that there was a mechanic there. He was one of the few people that could fix our car. And we do miss having those businesses there. We're not necessarily against having any kind of development at this place. What we're really opposed to is 67 houses on 5 acres of land. We too would like to see Bellevue Road and the dog leg fixed here. It does need to be fixed. There is a railroad. The traffic is tremendous, and it's going to increase, especially so with 67 houses. The gentleman spoke about the need for the homes for the elderly. I doubt very seriously the elderly are going to want 3-story homes. That's what these are going to be. Right now, it is zoned for mixed use. I think a petition has been submitted to you with 177 signatures on it of people that do oppose this. What the people would like is to keep it mixed use. If we want to put residences there, great. But everyone we've talked to about this has been about the traffic, not necessarily the driving traffic, but the foot traffic. People want somewhere to walk to. They want somewhere to go to eat. They want somewhere to go to a music venue. There is nothing there in that neighborhood. The things you see in Sylvan Park, there is a little community area where people can walk to. East Nashville, there is a little community area. 12th Avenue South, there is a community area. In Hillsborough Village, there is. There's nothing like that in Bellevue, and that's what we want. We're not opposed to a development, we're just opposed to what is proposed at this moment. We would like to keep the zoning as it is, mixed use. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Phil Ipkreger from, I live on Bellevue Road North, which is about a long tee shot from the property you're talking about. I've lived there for 20 years, and I agree with Cindy, who just spoke. I am not against the development of the property, but I should remind you, and I've been in the business of space planning most of my life, and the least amount of impact for all the developers is no impact. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else left to speak, I now declare the public hearing. I'm sorry, if you want to speak, if you could line up at the lectern.
Good evening. It's a wonderful evening. My name is Bill Tyler. I live at 608 Harpeth Knoll Road since 1993. Before I begin, I would like to note that if the Titans or the Sounds ever need anybody to play, there's enough people in this room to make up the difference. But if you want to go play for the hockey team, it might be harder than politics. I have, now, I guess I didn't get a laugh, did I? I have learned so much about this process. It is I who is the only person that went to the March 12th meeting after I was filling up my gas at the Shell station, and I noticed a small sign that said, multi-use UDO change. I'm a graphic designer, and I would say it was in about 64-point type. And I noticed it from 20 yards away. And then within 11 hours, I made efforts to the Planning Commission to get it on to the agenda that night. Otherwise, this would have just gone right through. I did not know that. Let me go with my notes. We are not opponents to progress. We are proponents for wonderful progress. Davidson County is built like our fingers come together and do things. We are not in different districts. We are one community. We would like you to come to Bellevue and enjoy Bellevue. We drive and go to clubs. We put ourselves at risk when we do that. It would be nice to go to the train tracks, just as we enjoy the little bit of retail we have there. A lot has changed since the flood, and I better hurry up. Presently, the property is multi-use, and there is great potential. What is on your agenda tonight is to change that vision of Bellevue Town Center, and instead of building 1 and 3 houses that are 15 feet wide and 40 feet tall And the only difference between calling them apartments is semantics. It's all connected by concrete. I have built a website at betterbellevue.net that compares every one of your houses to 5.4 acres. And in every
Thank you.
instance, ma'am,
Thank you.
please visit Better.
Councilman Tiger.
Move
I now
approval.
declare the public hearing closed.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd move approval with a brief explanation.
It's been properly moved in second. Councilman.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Council Lady Weiner and let all these citizens, both pro and con, know that Sherry is home resting comfortably, and I'm sure watching this. And I want to thank her for giving me this opportunity, because I guess things eventually do come full circle. Because I was the district council member in 1993-94 when this original Bellevue Town Center was rezoned. So this property has a great deal of meaning and history with me, and certainly I appreciate the citizens that mentioned the Carters and the tragedy that occurred there. Council Lady Weiner would like me to state that over multiple meetings of almost 4 years, surveys, various proposals, continuing conversations, and a great deal of cooperation, the proposal presented tonight represents the respectful, continued development of Bellevue. In a nutshell, it goes from permitted multifamily to single family only, from permitted commercial to residential only, reducing traffic, and mainly straightening Bellevue Road and providing a new open green space to enhance the aesthetics of the area. She makes some different points, but she also says that prior to third reading, there will be a few more tweaks to the plan, and I will submit an amendment to that effect. And I suspect that tweak will have to do with the landscaping buffer for Bell Point. And trust me, when Renee Castman, who was one of the speakers, who is one of the great volunteers at the Bellevue Middle School Garden, Council Lady Bennett caring for our chickens there, is somebody that I'm going to make sure that is very happy with this proposal before it goes forward, and I know Council Lady Weiner will too. So with those comments, I know Council Lady Weiner will continue to work with the both directly affected neighbors and the community at large to make sure we have the best possible project.
Thank you, Councilman Tiger. Seeing no other council members in queue, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. Bill 2015-1088, Council Lady Leinster is the sponsor. Changes 1.3 acres from MUGA to ORI to SP zoning for property located at 2305 and 2311 Ellison Place to permit a mixed-use building with up to 320 residential units. Council Lady Leinster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of all those in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady Lanks.
Thank you. I move for approval, please.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Bill passes. Bill 2015-1089, sponsor is Council Lady Berry. Changes 1.23 acres from CN to SP zoning for property located at 1500 and 1504 Robinson Road and Merritt Street unnumbered at the southeast corner of Merritt Street and Robinson Road to permit a 4,522 square foot automobile convenience facility. Council Lady Berry.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. I'd like to move to open the public hearing.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none in opposition, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady Berry.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Councilman Hagar?
Just note that I need to abstain on that because of a conflict, Mr. President.
Duly noted.
And I thank Council Lady Berry for doing this for me. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
No, duly noted. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. BL 2015-1090, sponsors Councilman Scott Davis, changes .48 acres from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1901 Meridian Street to permit up to 8 residential units. Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Thank you. Would anyone in favor like to come up and speak? If so, could you please come up and line up? Please be sure to state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Charles Dean with Dean Design Group, 612 Derby Downs, Lebanon, Tennessee. Here presenting this project, we have basically a proposal for an SP on 0.4 acres for 8 units. This is a transitional property between the commercial on Trinity Lane and the residential portion to the south. This will provide some pedestrian connectivity through those neighborhoods, and it's in compliance with the neighborhood character and the community plan. We ask that you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Brandon McDonald, 3759 Homeland Drive. I am an owner of the property and the developer. We had Scott Davis had us do a community meeting with members of the community in the area, and we went to their meeting and proposed what we were intending to do. East Nashville is a fairly hostile place to some developers right now, but by the end of the meeting, everyone understood what was being proposed, and we're actually on board, because what we're bringing in is, as of 2 days ago, $85,000 per unit cheaper than anything on the market in 37206 or 37216. So we're bringing an affordable project to East Nashville, and it's a retail project. It's not a rental project. We are, I believe that there's concern over the stormwater, and we're obviously willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that we're not dumping water off this project on anybody else. We want to be good for this neighborhood because we love East Nashville. This is where we, this is where we live and work, me and my partners. We're not trying to cram 25 units onto this lot. We're trying to do something that we feel like is appropriate, and it's like Charlie was saying, creating a little bit more walkability. And again, that's a section where not much residential development in that exact pocket has been kind of happening. So we wanted to bring a good project to that area. And again, we're willing to work with the neighbors to make sure that we're not creating trouble for them. We want to make sure that when it gets done, everybody is better off. So thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you. Would anyone in opposition like to speak at this time?
My name is Amanda Hudgens, and I live directly across
Could you pull
from
the
the project.
mic down a little bit? There you go.
I live directly across from the project, and I am the issue with the stormwater because I lay the lowest. So I get all the stormwater. It comes to the left of me and then crosses my backyard. So I already have a bridge over my backyard from one side to the other just so that I can mow the grass because the ditch has gotten so big from the sidewalk project. So to put more water in there would really wash our land right away. We cannot take on any more water. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wanting to speak, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Been properly moved and seconded. Councilman Davis, you have the floor.
This is truly a great project. Like the developer and the owner just told you, this is 85% below market. And on a site where they can do houses up to $300,000 apiece, they're choosing, with the blessings of me and a lot of our neighbors, to do something affordable. And this is the second affordable project to happen within my district this council year. But more importantly, I do sympathize with my neighbor, and it's going to be my goal before we go to third reading to get with her and get with Stormwater and the developer to help remedy this situation if they're, with the stormwater runoff. And I'd like to move for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're on the BL 2015-1091. Sponsor is Councilman Tenpenny. Changes .46 acres from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at 94 Thompson Lane to permit general office. Councilman Tenpenny.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Move to open the public hearing.
All right, now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none in opposition, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Tenpenny.
Yeah, move for approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're on the BL 2015-1092. Council Lady Morris, the sponsor. Changes .25 acres from R6 to SP for property located at 1727 and 1729 14th Avenue South to permit 4 residential units. Council Lady Moore.
Thank you, Chair. I move to open the public hearing, please.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady Moore.
At the request of the applicant, Chair, I'm going to defer this 2 meetings.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, deferred for 2 meetings.
Do we have, it's properly moved and second for a 2-meeting deferral. Seeing no discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Bill is deferred for 2 meetings. BL 2015-1093, sponsor is Council Westerholm. Changes 2.2 acres from R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 821, 827, 829, and 831 Porter Road. Porter Road unnumbered, 2109 Tillman Lane, 809 Powers Avenue, and Powers Avenue unnumbered, north of Tillman Lane, to permit up to 54 stacked flats and 9 detached residential units. Councilman Westerholm.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I move to open public hearing.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Thank you. Would anyone in favor like to speak at this time? If you could, please line up front. If you could, please state your name, address, and I ask if you could not repeat anything anyone prior to you said. Thank you.
Members of the council, my name is Jeff Hines with Littlejohn Engineering Associates, 37221 5824 Chaseview Road. What I'd like to do in starting the dialogue this evening is frame a little bit of discussion about this property and what the proposal is. The reasoning behind this SP proposal, and it is an SP to assure the neighbors of the quality of the proposed development architecturally, as far as many of the things, green roof area, that are committed as part of the SP. This particular property is bordered on its northern boundary by an existing CN neighborhood commercial use with a automobile repair shop and a gas station. It is a great transitional use. It is on Porter Road, which is a major collector street with both transit and bike routes, and does really fit the goals behind Nashville Next as far as where opportunities for introducing different housing choices should be located within our community. As far as a few points I'd like to leave with you, the height of this proposal as an SP is 3 stories. It is the same height that is allowed by single-family homes being built in that area, nothing greater than that, and Really, the architecture has been specifically designed to really have the third story appear as some of the style craftsman homes, as I don't want to say a mansard roof, but it is with dormers and such in that third level of the structure. So sensitivity has been taken with regard to the architecture being proposed for the neighborhood. The density of this project is really in line with properties that have been approved within a quarter mile to a half mile of this site. And lastly, I would leave you with the general statement I mentioned earlier about Nashville Next. I think we do look for these types of opportunities within the community where it is appropriate to introduce different housing choices and introduce a little bit of increased density over some properties that are single-family homes, however, are aging properties and really need to be repaired or reinvested in. So on a major collector street with transit, with bike routes, I think is a great location. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Matt Gardner, and I live at 3901 Wallace Lane, Nashville, Tennessee, and I'm the president of Imagine One Development Company. I have been friends with the Colley family for most of my life and I'm proud to be working with them to redevelop their family's property. I'd like to address the project architecture, traffic concern, and our community engagement thus far. This project is, as Jeff mentioned, designed to match the craftsman architecture of the neighborhood, and the third story is actually recessed off the main facade of the building so that that third story from the street appears to be in the roof line as an attic of a two-story building versus a full three-story building. This will visually reinforce that the project is shorter than the maximum height allowed under the current zoning and is approximately the same height above Porter Road as houses across the street because of the topography of that neighborhood. The project's density is 28.6 units per acre as proposed, which is significantly less than the Walden development about a block and a half away, which has more than 34.7 units on an acre and is a larger project overall. Many neighbors have been concerned about traffic. While this project is well under the 100-unit threshold where a full traffic study is required, Metro Public Works' calculations estimate a total additional impact of only 34 trips during the hour-long evening peak travel period and 21 trips during the morning peak travel period. Another common concern that we've heard revolves around parking. The unfortunate downside to the thriving retail node that is a block south of this at the Porter and Eastland intersection is that on the weekends and on nights, people block the side streets, block the park in the bike lanes on Porter Road, and we have planned 133 parking spaces for the 64 proposed units to ensure that our project doesn't do anything to further that parking need. During our conceptual design phase, our team met several times with Metro Planning staff, Councilman Westerholm, the president of the Eastland Neighborhood Association to discuss our project as that design evolved. We have also held 3 neighborhood meetings on December 3rd, January 7th, and January 28th, and on that third meeting, we actually passed out a fact sheet to hopefully clarify our project and address any confusion amongst the neighbors regarding certain aspects of the project. There'd been a lot of incorrect information floating around on social media that we were trying to rectify. We also talked individually with almost all the concerned neighbors, all the ones that we could, to hopefully correct a lot of that misinformation, just make sure that there's a lot of the concerns were about things that either weren't happening to this particular project or were about things that just factually weren't quite right. And a lot of that opposition, we were able to kind of answer their questions and assure them that that wasn't what we were actually proposing. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to pass this bill into third reading.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jolynn Colley. I live at 822 Porter Road, directly facing this project. I've lived there for 40 years. Along with my father, John Colley, we are the owners and stewards of this land we're discussing tonight. It's been with great thought and study that we bring this project forward. This property is my family's heritage. We have owned, loved, lived, and worked this land for over 100 years. It is our intention to care for this land in the neighborhood for the next 100 years. In my grandfather's time, the land was a working farm for his family of 12 children. He then built homes and gardens for his sons and daughters returning from World War II. As their families grew, the homes became rentals for my grandparents' retirement and has passed to the future generations as rentals. Which brings us to today. My family has witnessed the land change from farmland to one of the most popular neighborhoods in Nashville. Change can be hard, but our plan is thoughtful, considerate, focused on how to best bring the land into the future and make the best and highest use for our growing community. I feel that this development of mixed, affordable housing options is one way to help the community to continue to have diversity in its people and in its housing choices. All except one of the existing homes was built by my grandfather. Their life expectancy has been met. We will be reusing and repurposing as much of the materials as possible. My family will continue to maintain ownership and management responsibilities of the land. With that in mind, we will be working in partnership with a local multifamily property management firm to provide day-to-day operational and maintenance support. I am asking for your support tonight to approve this proposal. We feel that it is a thoughtful and responsible change and a positive example of growth for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm John Harris, live at 2023 Benjamin Street, which is 5 houses from the proposed apartment complex. Since others have mentioned their occupation, I shall also. I'm a retired Army officer. I lived in larger cities and smaller cities. I've lived in a number of states over the years, but have lived in East Nashville for 28 years. Raised our family there. Had children there in neighbors' homes when we moved there, have children in neighbors' homes now. When we moved there 28 years ago, there were businesses, there were restaurants, there were single-family homes, and there were apartment complexes. Today, there are restaurants, single-family homes, businesses, and apartment complexes. The nature of our neighborhood has not changed. It is still a thriving, family-oriented neighborhood with people of all classes and ethnic groups. The proposed complex is visible from my front yard. Frankly, I sit on my front porch and look at the houses that are there and think, my, wouldn't an apartment complex look nicer? Certainly nicer than what somebody called McDougal's, the giant ones that I can see on the hill up above it, the duplexes. So there is plenty of transit. We already have mass transit going right down our street. Jolynn has addressed many of the other issues I wanted to come to, but I am fully in favor of this and wish to ask you to support it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cliff Lippard. I live at 1427 Greenwood Avenue, and I'm the president of Eastwood Neighbors. This project would be in our neighborhood. Actually, it's on the very eastern edge of our neighborhood. But I need to, first of all, say that ours is a member-driven organization, and our membership has not asked the board to take a position on this project. So I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, but as a resident of East Nashville and of the neighborhood. That said, I do support this project. I don't think East Nashville is getting any less popular anytime soon. I think more density is a given. And given more density, I think this is an appropriate place for more density because of its location on a major connector street, because of its location on a transit line, because of its proximity to restaurants, retail, and other commercial properties. This seems an appropriate place for that density, and I think the Planning Commission has agreed with that. I would like to say, while I support this project, I want to also acknowledge how much I appreciate the efforts of the Colley family and their design team in trying to respect the character and feel of our neighborhood in their design. And I'd also like to acknowledge how much I appreciate Councilman Westerholm's commitment to continuing to evaluate concerns for traffic with this project and with other new development in the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Batson, and I live at 604 Joyce Lane, and I'm in support of this development. I moved to Nashville in 2013 and was looking for a rental property close to downtown in a walkable, vibrant neighborhood. I loved East Nashville and had hopes to find somewhere to live here, but there weren't many options to choose from and almost zero options in my price point. Last year I got married, and my husband and I were on the search again to find a place for us to call home. We knew East Nashville was where we wanted to be, but options are extremely limited and hard to find. The places we were able to afford were pretty much impossible to get. One house we put an offer on had at least 6 others within 24 hours of being put on the market, and the house ended up being sold to someone paying above asking price and cash. It's happening all over the place in East Nashville right now. The neighborhood is wonderful, but it is pushing young professionals such as myself out of the area. There aren't many options, and very few that my age demographic can afford without living beyond their means. This kind of development has so much potential to give people like me a place to live here and be a part of this community that everybody loves. Not only is this needed in East Nashville, this site, again, as everyone is saying, is an ideal candidate in the area to support higher density. Porter Road is a primary corridor, and non-residential development already exists along the road, and public transportation is present. I think this project is in line with the goals of Nashville Next, and it would be a successful contribution to the East Nashville neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sarah Perry. I live at 814 Porter Road, and rather than echo what other points other people have made, I just want to say that I think there is no family in Nashville who could better develop this land than the Colley family because of their dedication to the neighborhood and their dedication to Nashville as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jean Zelli. I live at 827 Porter Road, which is the original Colley home. And I'm going to get very verklempt, so just deal with me. My house is one of the ones that's going to come down, and I love my house. Don't get me wrong. It's wonderful. It's a warm, inviting place. But it's a warm, inviting place because of the Colleys, because of the care they take of the people that rent from them. They become family. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to get back together. This is a needed thing. I can't afford to live anywhere in my neighborhood except in my house that needs major repairs. This is an apartment that would be in a nice complex that I could afford to live in. I don't have a lot of money. I'm not poor, but I don't have a lot of money. This is a nice mid-range apartment complex. It would suit the neighborhood. Ms. Colley's made a great effort to make sure that it looks like my house. My house is the design basis for this complex. I can't think of a better steward for the people of this neighborhood than Jolynn Colley, and I thank you to think about approving this for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I do think that we should have similar chairs back here that you have here. They look very comfortable. My name is Brad Naylor. I live at 828 Porter Road, which is directly across the street from the development that will be going up. But first I want to say that I'm a musician, and I also work right up the street from you at the Hermitage Hotel. So I understand the need to adapt, the need to change, because it's necessary. It happens. And so it seems like with this development in East Nashville, there's a line in the sand. Either you're for it or you're against it. But the one thing that I think for both parties is that all the details have been provided. Everything has been put forth to discuss the height, the width, the density, how many, the traffic, the sidewalks, the water. Everything has been up for public discussion, which I think is a very important thing to understand, where the developers don't have to do that. The Colleys could have just done it and just put other buildings there. But they thought it was very important to reach out and say, what do you think about this? And with Jean and myself, I'm not going to lose my house, but my whole view is going to change, but it's going to be beautiful. And so I think it's really important to understand the amount of give that has been brought forth from the Colleys. So also I just want to say, besides the chairs, is that I think it's really wonderful that everybody has a voice. And I hope that you listen to us, and I hope that you will pass this, and you'll say, if you do say and you do pass it, you'll be thinking to yourself later, we did the right thing. Because you'll walk by it, you'll drive by it, you may even live there, and you'll say, this is fantastic. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone in opposition like to speak at this time? If you could, come line up.
Hi, my name is Vicki Jones. I live at 204 Manchester Avenue.
we're not opposed to development and density, but we feel, a lot of neighbors feel this is too much density, and there was no compromise. And why is this one-sided? We had a couple of community meetings. We asked if there could be 40 units instead of 54 units. There's no compromise. It's one-sided. We feel it's not fair. We've not been listened to. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rick Punkashar. I live at 818 Porter. Echo the fact that it's a very dense environment. It sets a new standard for density, and what hasn't been presented is there's a creek that runs through approximately the middle of the property. So the stacked units, the 54 units, are pushed up to approximately 1.2 acres, which makes the density the largest and most dense development within that area by far, 40 plus an acre. Even though it's spread out over 2.2, there's a division in it. So the actual topography limits a real dense spread of the units. So you're really talking about 40 to 42, 43 per acre, the densest development in that area. So that sets us a precedent that we all sitting here know. The next guy says, well, that was 45 units on an acre. We know that happens. That's a given. I say the same thing I said the first time. I like the architectural integrity of it. I wish it would have had a rendering and not a sketch. And we talked about that before. That was my first comment. This is a multi-million-dollar deal. Where's the rendering? All we saw was a handwritten sketch. That shocked me. That really concerned me. Because this is not you don't present a sketch to the neighbors and the neighbors say, what's this development going to look like? Well, we're really not sure, but here's a handwritten sketch of it. I was a developer. I never could have done such a thing on a development of this magnitude. My major concern is the ingress-egress of the property itself. The Porter Road is a main road. However, the majority of the traffic is going to go on a small East Nashville side street. And we're all familiar with the developing problems of these. No sidewalks, people parking in front of their houses, their guests parking in front of their houses. The street gets narrower and narrower, and it's got a 30% grade up to Porter. My ask on it was, can you redesign the ingress and egress to come out on Porter, not on Tillman? And that was, and like the woman before me said, we did have community meetings, but there was absolutely no ability to strike any compromise whatsoever. Not to strike down the project, but to really be sensitive about setting a high-density precedent and putting the traffic where it needs to go on Porter, not on Tillman. And lastly, the height, it's double the height of the existing houses that will be torn down, but the height isn't out of character with the height in the area. I would prefer a lower height, but that's just my personal preference. I'm asking you to defer this, to let the neighbors work closely with the developer to redesign the traffic ingress and egress and talk about the density in a more serious manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brandy Pruitt. I live at 1516 Rosebank Avenue, Nashville 37206. I am sure the Collies are very nice people and great landlords, but we're not here to judge their character, but to talk about how their proposal will affect the neighborhood. As Rick said, there are a lot of concerns. When this went to the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission initially voted no. They eventually voted yes because the argument was, well, they could propose 10 tall skinnies. And my argument is, so we as a city have been hijacked by developers and their architectural crimes that we're now rewarding plans simply because they are not as egregious as they could be. I think it's clear that developers are holding Nashville hostage, and that's not fair. A gas station and a body shop should not be considered neighborhood centers. Approving this plan would set a dangerous precedent for Porter Road. I understand that Nashville needs to accommodate the expected influx of residents, and we need to add density. Can we focus this kind of development to areas that already can support that kind of density, like Gallatin Road? There's a lot of retail spaces, empty car washes on Gallatin Road that could be torn down and redeveloped. I don't see this project as adding more affordable housing to the neighborhood. I see it as taking away 5 affordable houses, because every house that's being torn down is being purchased for around $150,000, $200,000. It's being torn down, and what's replacing it is going somewhere around $400,000, $450,000. That does not help add affordable housing to the neighborhood. They haven't said how much they're going to rent these apartments for. There's no guarantee that this housing is going to be affordable. In addition, this project adds to the ubiquitous and unnecessary destruction of older, well-built, affordable homes that's making them an endangered species in this town. This kind of, development is creating an unsustainable real estate market, and the only people who seem to be benefiting are the developers. About 70% of Nashville's citizens are opposed to the kind of development we're seeing all over Nashville, especially in East Nashville. I also want to just bring up the point that tearing down these homes is also awful from an environmental standpoint. We have no regard for the raw materials that went into the initial construction, and there's no mandate that says trees need to be replaced if they're torn down. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Westerholm.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I'd like to move approval with brief comment.
Been properly moved and seconded. Councilman Westerholm.
I just wanted to extend my appreciation for everyone who has stuck with us tonight on a very long evening and don't want to keep anything longer than necessary. I did want to just reiterate that this is a project that does seem to hit a lot of the high points as far as its proximity to transit, to bike lanes, to a walkable neighborhood center that's going to create more trips that don't require a car. And because of the scale of it, it will have units that are more affordable than what we're otherwise seeing in East Nashville. And I think that serving that need makes it something that merits consideration. We will be getting a sidewalk extending down Tillman as well as an extension of the road, and we'll be working with the developers in the coming weeks to address any other issues that we can try to address as a part of this process. And with that, I would move approval.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bill passes. Bill 2015-1094, sponsors Councilman Holloman, changes 13.12 acres from OG to RM40 to SP zoning for property located at 109 and 123 Bosley Springs Road to permit a mixed-use development. Councilman Holloman?
Move to open the public hearing.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of all those in favor? Thank you. And could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Thank you. Would anyone in favor at this time like to speak? If you could, please come forward and line up.
Mr. Chair, Pro Tem, and members of the council, I'm Jim Murphy with Bradley Arant Bolt Cummings, 1600 Division Street, 37203, on behalf of the applicant St. Thomas. This is a rezoning of two pieces of property, the Imperial House property and the Knights of Columbus property that are owned by St. Thomas. These properties, as well as the Hill Center property and the Old Bellmead Theater property, were placed in an urban design overlay in 2005 by the Metropolitan Council. And one of the stated goals of that urban design overlay was to provide for a rezoning of the Imperial House to permit a mixture of employment, offices, and medical uses. This SP is designed to accomplish that. After numerous meetings with neighbors and extensive discussions with the councilman, this SP has been modified significantly to limit the uses, to provide that the Knights of Columbus property will only be used for green space, to provide a conservation easement over the Knights of Columbus property and the floodway property. There are still issues that are outstanding with some of the neighbors, and I'll go through those really quickly. I'm sure you'll hear them all again here in a minute. Several of the neighbors are concerned because this SP doesn't have final plans. And the reason this SP doesn't have final schematic design plans for this project is St. Thomas is a healthcare institution that requires lots of advanced planning time to be able to do any type of capital project. They're also working with the University of Tennessee Health Science Center on the potential of developing this property for a health science facility adjacent to the hospital campus. The University of Tennessee also requires a long lead time. So this plan needs to be adopted in order to allow them to move forward to actually be able to spend the money to do a significant design. That can't happen without the zoning. Another issue is traffic. The urban design overlay was adopted to address traffic concerns in this area, and it provides that as long as the proposed development doesn't exceed the traffic projections in the UDO, that the development can proceed without doing additional traffic improvements. A traffic study will be required to show whether or not that's the case when final SP plans are done. Stormwater is another issue. This property has already been developed, so there's no buffer required, and all the other stormwater requirements will have to be met when the final SP plan is approved. There's also a concern about the Imperial House being preserved as historic, but the Imperial House has very low ceilings. It can't be sprinkled, and it can't be air conditioned because there's not enough room. So we would request your approval of this SP. Thanks.
I'm Dr. Kennard Brown on behalf of the University of Tennessee Health Science Center, and we request your consideration of approving this zoning because it'll afford the university the latitude to do nothing more than conduct an in-depth analysis of the potential for our strategic alignment and integration into the St. Thomas Health System here in Nashville. On behalf of the university, I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Revel Michael. I live at 3733 West End Avenue. That makes me a neighbor of St. Thomas West. And really, I'm not just a neighbor of St. Thomas West. I've been a patient of doctors on that campus over the years that I've lived on West End and visited a number of patients who have been in the hospital. St. Thomas provides a valuable service to the community, delivering quality health care, and we neighbors are lucky to have them so close to us. As Nashville grows and healthcare delivery models evolve, I think we should expect St. Thomas to grow and change to remain a viable player in the healthcare market. This real estate solution looks like a smart plan to me. In shifting the square footage that can be built from the back parcel to the front parcel, green space will be retained next to the creek. Also, will increase the density on the front parcel next to the existing commercial area. Plus, amending the permitted uses will yield greater flexibility to respond so that St. Thomas can respond to the needs of the community when they develop in the future. So I support the SP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Bristol. I live at 500 Oak Lawn Avenue, and I am involved in our neighborhood association and our park preservation group, and also take place in some of these conversations. And I've been talking with St. Thomas. They sought me out some months ago with this proposed change. To find out more about it, I called my council rep and I said, okay, tell me, is this a good idea or not? As I understand it, the St. Thomas could develop as the way it's zoned right now, and that this change is going to be probably less footprint, and I think it's also better use of the property. So I've just looked at it from as a neighbor and as a person who lives and drives by this area all the time. what do I think about it? And first, I'm impressed with St. Thomas that they've tried so hard to vet this with the neighborhood. They've tried to be sensitive to the Original Watershed Alliance, try to incorporate all that they can. But at this point, I'm really kind of for this because we need the services. It's going to be exciting to have, if the University of Tennessee can do this facility here, I'm excited about having that residency program in my backyard. I think it's going to be a wonderful thing for everyone in the neighborhood. The other thing is the aesthetics. If you all have not seen the Imperial House, I challenge you to drive by it. Well, you should, because it needs to come down. It's not attractive. It is, if someone thinks it's historic, it's a historic mistake, I think, from architecture. And I'm personally excited about the party when it comes down we're going to have. So aesthetically, I think it will improve. But more seriously, there is this urban design overlay that has been there. The Hill people developed the property where there's a public supermarket now. It's a nice part of our neighborhood. It looks good, it's aesthetically pleasing. And, I shop there, so I think making this other property consistent with that will be a real improvement to us as neighbors. The traffic there is something we're all concerned about. White Bridge Road and Harding Road are terrible. You can't get through there. I know the back road's a shortcut if I need to, but most people don't. So we need to do something that helps the traffic. This won't hurt, and hopefully it helps offer some traffic solutions. I appreciate the people that are concerned about the Richland Creek and all the things that are there, and I'm glad that they're providing input, because I'm not an expert in any of this, I suppose, and certainly not in that. And I think that the St. Thomas people are sensitive to how that is developed, and there'll be more opportunity for dialogue, I think, as this goes on. So I think this is a good change, and I urge you all to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Cyril Stewart. I live at 3813 Whitland Avenue, within walking distance of the proposed project. I'm speaking in support of this project. It improves the current conditions. It removes prior improvements from the floodplain and increases the area around Richland Creek. It concentrates development on the front side of the property that's currently occupied by a high-rise structure that's been unoccupiable since the flood. The impact on the region of the UT partnership will be phenomenal, and a great alliance to bring into this area where we have so much of a growing population, so much need for health care. The conditions of approval include sufficient oversight, sufficient subsequent reviews through the SP plan, through the final site application, and through the review by the Harding Town Center urban design overlay. So I urge your approval for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone in opposition like to speak at this time? If you could, please come forward.
Hello, everybody. I'm Monette Rebecca with the Richland Creek Watershed Alliance. I know it's a very long night, so bear with us. I'm sorry I have to be here. I believe if we had a proper meeting and all the information was here, we aren't asking for complete engineering schematics. We just would like some basic square footage, egress, ingress. There's a lot of misinformation going on here. There's lots I can talk about too. But what I'm going to do is, because they've exempted the floodway buffer, and this is 2 parcels, and the buffer is needed on both sides of the creek. So I'm talking about the Imperial House property, because we have had now the other part put in conservation and the concrete removed, so it's actually serving the purpose. So just so you remember, there's no separate rules existing for streams in urban areas under the Clean Water Act. They're all the same, just to remind you. And the flood zone is really very, very important for the health of the creek, the water infiltration. It's everything. And it's in the floodway buffer adjacent to the floodway is what Metro Stormwater calls the stream buffer, water quality buffer, or the infiltration zone. So if the floodway water moves too fast, cannot really percolate through the ground. You got to have a floodway buffer. Now, I'm here to challenge the rule, the interpretation, the application of the exemption. Metro asserts the exemption in the regulations allow St. Thomas to redevelop a majority of the property regardless of the regulations on stormwater. Metro does not cite any exemptions in the meeting notes. There are two exemptions that give developers leeway on the mandatory flood buffers. They are, 1, a structure already in the floodway may be maintained and/or repaired so long as the repairs do not exceed 50% of the appraised value of the structure of the property. 2, development proposed on a property that has not been developed where grading or building permit has been permitted or been issued. Rule 5.4 states that for purposes of 5.4 subsection, a portion of a lot is deemed developed if a grading or building permit that has been issued or if a portion has been disturbed by grading. Rule 5.8 clearly states that a non-conforming use cannot be expanded or enlarged except in conformity with the stormwater manual, nor can a use be extended if the use was discontinued for 12 consecutive months, like this case. The rules of statutory construction require that the regulations and the ordinance be together read so as not to create a conflict. They have created a conflict. Thus, reading 5.4 and 5.8 together, the entire St. Thomas project containing new construction and/or expanding or enlarging the non-conforming use is not exempt merely because Metro issued a building or grading permit on a portion of the lot. To the extent the St. Thomas project is expanding or enlarging the previously developed non-conforming use on previously developed property, that portion of the project would be exempt so long as it meets the remaining criteria explained in the manual. Any and all improvements more than 50% of the value of the structure that existed at the time it became a non-conforming use must be brought into compliance with the requirements defined by Stormwater Management Manual, Chapter 5.
Thank you.
Oh, there's still more to explain, and this has been
Thank
the
you.
problem. And I'd like the Sergeant of Arms to receive this, please. And here's the statutes, too. 3 copies.
Hello, my name is Alan Dooley. I live at 6319 Percy Drive. I'd like you to consider disapproving this bill because this preliminary SP is contrary to the general plan. One inconsistency is the floodplain protection. A significant portion of the property developed as shown in the submitted SP lies within the Richland Creek floodplain. The general plan, Green Hills Midtown, has 2 different policies that apply to this property: conservation, open policy, and mixed use. Both parcels have the 2 designation. While it's true the site's been previously disturbed and has the massive Imperial House on it, the mere fact the structure exists does not negate the conservation overlay open space policy. The structure was completed in '64 and closed in 2005. The same year the current land use policies were adopted by the Metro Planning Commission. The Commission acted in 2005 with a full knowledge of the structure's existence. The May 2010 flood inundated this property with more than 10 feet of water. It served as a giant holding tank for the Richland Creek, and it was like a buffer zone. It was a holding tank that kept downstream and upstream properties from flooding. The disturbance of this floodplain area to accommodate new development and the removal of hardscape and structural improvements on the property that's proposed for public use as an improvement is at best misleading. New development will place more fill in the existing floodplain to achieve minimum building elevation standards. New fill will reduce the site's current ability to impound floodwaters and to release them slowly over time. New development will require large detention ponds to be constructed, which will reduce open space on the site. Therefore, the adoption of conservation overlay open space policy was an articulation by the Commission of a different future for this property, one without development, not with development. That policy was not misapplied. The May 2010 flood inundated this property with more than 10 feet of water. This property also has an inadequate public road and access. Bosley Springs Road is a public street on the official street and alley map. It ranges in width from 50 feet down to 20 feet, even with the 1989 plat dedicating an additional right-of-way. It was identified in 1997 as a minor local street by the Tennessee Court of Appeals written opinion in a lawsuit Lions Head Homeowners Association versus the Metro government. St. Thomas themselves argued in opposition to a continual use permit for this very same property it now owns, where an office complex was to have been built. Thank you. Please vote against this bill.
Good evening. I'm Margot Chambers, and I'm at 3803 Princeton Avenue, and I also live within walking distance of St. Thomas. Please vote no on this bill because this application was recommended by the planning staff as being consistent with something other than the adopted general plan, and that's in violation of Metro Zoning Code 17.040.060.b. The Metro planning staff should have approved this application as contrary to the general plan because the planning staff could not state whether this application is consistent with the current conservation policy. On January 29, 2015, St. Thomas filed a new application proposing over 450,000 square feet of development without bringing the community a specific plan. St. Thomas admitted at the only community meeting held that St. Thomas only intends to use 120,000 square feet for hospital use. The rest of this development would be for unspecified non-hospital use. Approval tonight means St. Thomas can develop about 250 extra dwelling units of unknown square footage on top of the 450,000 square feet, which is in a flood zone and with new uses, and this is the last time the public will get to check compliance to allow the permit process to proceed. There was no required traffic analysis done prior to tonight. This is contrary to the rules of the Harding Town Center UDO Advisory Committee. This bill before you has not been reviewed by the UDO Advisory Committee, and those committee rules state all applications must be given to the UDO Advisory Committee, not just final plans, and this was another procedural error made by the Planning Department. Approval tonight triggers the destruction of the UDO design standards. These standards become voluntary if funds for the Northwest Quadrant Road were not placed into the 2008 Transportation Improvement Plan, or TIP. These funds were not put into the TIP, and the UDO Advisory Committee could explain how passing this preliminary SP tonight without the TIP funds triggers the end of the UDO. It's on page 32 of the UDO Design Standards document. Perhaps this is what the applicant seeks, the end of the UDO. If that's the case, filing a preliminary SP is not the way to proceed. It does, however, set a precedent to develop in floodplains, and Metro Council gets to decide what they want to do. Please vote no on Bill 2015-1094, and thank you for your dedicated service to Nashville.
Thank you. Seeing no other members of the gallery wishing to speak, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Holloman.
Move approval with the brief explanation.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Councilman Holloman.
Members of the council, I just want to address one point, and that's in regard to the floodplain, floodway issues. I think many of you know that I was a co-sponsor along with our former colleague, Councilman Darren Jernigan, to tighten up floodway, floodplain regulation after the May 2010 flood. It's an issue that's very important to me. This rezoning involves two pieces of property currently that have non-conforming rights to redevelop under the existing code. What was read to you from the code is the existing zoning on the property. If we did rezone this property, both of these parcels could be redeveloped in the floodplain because of this requirement. As part of this rezoning, one of those parcels will not only not be redeveloped, but in fact, all of the existing impervious surface or asphalt on that property will be removed and it will be returned to green space. So only one of the two parcels that are part of this rezoning will even have development on it after this rezoning, whereas right now, under the current zoning, both of them could be redeveloped and have development on it. So with that, I renew my motion for approval.
Thank you. Councilman Duvall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cooper, are you aware of any pending legislation to address the issues that were brought up by this last group regarding the floodplain issue? I thought we had basically, as a council, had set an ordinance that we weren't going to build in specific floodplain areas.
That's correct. I think the concern is that these are existing, there's existing development on the property, so they retain their rights. They're essentially grandfathered.
Well, but, and not to argue with you, but the Imperial House, I'm very familiar with it. I've spent enough time at St. Thomas over the last few years. It stated that the property had to be at less than 50% of the value before it could be, or it had to be, couldn't be worked on, is the way I understood the ordinance that was read from, or am I misinterpreting what they were saying?
I don't have it in front of me, so I would have to look at it.
And I just want to make sure that we're not circumventing one of our own ordinances. I'm not in opposition to St. Thomas doing whatever they want to do with their property. The Imperial House unfortunately got flooded, and they've got to do something with it. And quite frankly, I guess the wrecking ball may be the best thing for it. But I certainly do not want to get into a position where we're going to develop a piece of property that we're telling everybody else in Davidson County you can't do this. So that's kind of why I'm asking the questions I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no other discussion, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? No. Bill passes. We're on the BL 2015-1095. Sponsor is Councilor Gilmore. Changes 0.95 acres of R6 to SP zoning for properties located on part of 1709 Pearl Street and at 423, 425, and 427 Fifth Street to permit up to 50 residential units within 2 buildings. Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to open the public hearing.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of those that are in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of those that are in opposition? Seeing none in opposition, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank the developers.
Could we get a motion?
Yes. You know what? I'm a little tired, so please forgive me. Just a tad bit. I don't know why I'm so tired tonight. I move approval.
It's been properly moved and second. Councilor
Thank you. I move approval with a brief explanation. I just wanted to thank the developers, the Schmerlings, for co-hosting a meeting with me at the Oasis Center on April the 23rd. And just to let them know we did have a community meeting, let the public know. And with that, I renew my motion.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're on the BL 2015-1096. Sponsor is Councilman Scott Davis. This changes 1.42 acres from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 121 Lucille Street to permit up to 18 detached residential dwelling units. Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none in opposition, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Davis.
I'd like to move for approval with a very brief explanation.
Been properly moved and seconded. Councilman Davis, you have the floor.
The Planning Commission and the developer worked hard. We did have a meeting with neighbors, and more importantly, this is part of that revitalization of Dickerson Road corridor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're now on to BL 2015-1097. The sponsor is Councilman Glover. Changes 8.86 acres from RS 7.5 to SP zoning for property located at 1132 Tulip Grove Road to permit up to 49 detached residential dwelling units. Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I would ask that we open the public hearing.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none in opposition, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I would move adoption.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Bill passes. We're on to BL 2015-1098. Sponsors are Councilor Evans and Councilman Bedney. Amends the Metro Zoning Code pertaining to community education, siting, and to allow community education as a permitted use in the CN, SCN, IWD, IR, and IG zoning districts. Councilor Evans.
I believe I need to defer this by rule. We haven't heard from the Planning Commission yet.
To the July, you want to defer to the July?
July public hearing, yes.
All right. We have a motion to defer and a second to the July public hearing. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bill is deferred to July. BL 2015-1099, sponsors are Councilor Bennett, Glover, and others. Amends the Metro Zoning Code pertaining to sex clubs. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I think we're in the home stretch.
We're getting there.
Could we open the public hearing, please?
Sure can. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor? Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Seeing none on either side, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Bennett.
I believe I have to move the substitute. No? Okay, very good. Then I move approval, please.
Been properly moved and seconded. Councilor Gilmore, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, actually, I did.
All right.
Just as we move forward, I do appreciate Council Member Bennett's hard work on this, but I do want us to continue to look at it because it looks like with this new mapping that a lot of it will be concentrated in my area, these types of clubs, and so I do want us to continue to review that and kind of map it out. That's why I just wanted to share openly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Bill passes. Now on the BL 2015-1100, sponsors Councilman Hunt. This amends the Metro Zoning Code to modify the general requirements of public notice signs and to delete section 17.40.710 pertaining to the notice by a newspaper in its entirety. Councilman Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Please open the public hearing.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of anyone in opposition? Thank you. Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Hunt.
Move for approval, please.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Councilor Gilmore, you had a comment?
I do.
Yes,
I had a question about us deleting. First, let me say I appreciate Councilmember Hunt's hard work. I did have a question about us deleting the notices. I do understand the technology has changed, but just in terms of informing our citizens or our citizenry and keeping them abreast, it seems like there is already some difficulty with this and just them understanding signs when they see them. And I don't know that because technology has changed, that deleting newspapers, because we consider them rather expensive or cost prohibitive, is a good idea at this time. So I don't know that I would be able to support this, and I wanted to know if there are some other options out there. Thank you.
Were you directing that toward anyone in particular?
The sponsor, and just to see what was the discussion like. I think that's important. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Councilman Hunt, did you want to?
Well, I think I would ask Ms. Logan to explain this. I think she's got the information that you're seeking.
This bill was done at the request of the Codes Department because the Planning Department did a bill last year to change our signs and notice requirements so that the applicant could go and post them. At that time, the Codes Department elected to keep posting their own signs, which was taking up a lot of their staff time. The main reason for this bill is to change that requirement so that developers can post the signs and return a certificate to the Codes Department saying this to be done, much like the Planning Department procedure. On the notices, I believe because of the sign requirement and the mailed notice requirement, their sense is that in addition to being costly, there aren't a lot of citizens who are getting that information from the newspaper. Most of them are getting them from the signs, the mailed notices, or Metro now has a service where agendas for various boards and commissions you can sign up to have them emailed out to you.
May I, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem?
Yes.
I think there's still a segment of the population that is not using emails, and I think to discount that does a disservice. I do understand what we're trying to do here, but I think if we're trying to serve all citizens, that we should not just focus on listservs and emails, because depending on a specific community, some are more organized than others, and they use different modes of expression and informing others. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Lady. Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two questions. One, would it be possible to have some period of time where we sort of tracked, how did you hear about this meeting, and gave people the opportunity to say whether they had heard by way of listserv or newspaper or whatever? And I have another question after that one.
Well, this is a notice that the Codes Department does, so I would leave it up to them to answer whether they have the resources to keep up with something like that or not.
Okay, I'll check with them. And then the second question is, can you just talk a little bit about the returning the certificate and how that serves as a verification that the sign actually did go out? Just sort of how does that make us know that it really happened?
Frequently, when there's a problem with a sign, we are notified by the surrounding property owners, and it's generally their sign has been put up and then come down. The way both the Planning Commission and Council notices work for the Planning Department and have been done for the Council for about a year, Planning Department for about 10 years before that, is that we give the applicant all of the information. We require them to return the notices to us. We put the notices in the mail. They sign a certificate saying that they did them exactly like we told them to do. And then they also have to post the signs and return that certificate. If there are any problems, we would then alert the Planning Commission. If they find that there's insufficient notice, they would get deferred.
Thank you. Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. This may be a question for Mr. Cooper or perhaps the sponsor. Since we're going to be eliminating, apparently, the newspaper notification of this and saving money in that arena, is it possible that an amendment could be brought to expand the radius for the mailing for who's notified of any of these changes? And that's just merely a suggestion and somewhat of a question as well.
The caption of the bill is limited to the public notice signs and newspaper notice, so there's no reference to the section pertaining to mailed notices, so that would need to be a separate bill, but that theoretically the council could amend that provision.
Okay, then so I guess I would ask planning if you could just get back to us on what is the current radius. I know it's not that great, but if you could give us that, and then Mr. Cooper, you and I can talk about that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Glover. Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, I want to second that concern. As we saw today, all these great people that took the time to come here, many of them were saying that they just never learned about it. They learned through somebody else. So I think we need to continue working on finding better ways to let people know about coming rezonings that may have an impact on them. So it was just a little bit editorializing here, just talking about the importance of doing that.
Thank you, Councilman Bedney. Seeing no other council members in queue, I'll now call the question. All in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're now on to BL 2015-1101. The sponsor is Councilman Tiger. This changes 133.15 acres from AR2A to RS40 and RS40 to SP zoning for properties located at 441 Union Bridge Road, Natchez Trace Parkway, unnumbered, Hasselton Road, unnumbered, Pasco Road, unnumbered, south of Highway 100 to permit a mixed-use development. Councilman Tiger.
Please open the public hearing.
I now declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of all those in favor? Thank you. Could I see a show of hands of all those that may oppose? Seeing none in opposition, would anyone in favor like to speak? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Tiger.
I would move approval and thank these fine folks for staying this late. And this is a great addition to the Bellevue community, and I know Councilman Mitchell is supportive.
All right. We have motion and second. Council Lady Evans.
I just need to be recorded as an abstention.
All right, duly noted. Seeing no other council members wish to speak, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bill passes. We're now done with public hearing. We're on to our consent agenda. I will read all of the captions that are on consent agenda. I will note that RS 2015-1433 will not be on consent agenda, and that will be handled separately. RS 2015-1464 sponsors Councilman Primore, Baker, and Langston, approves an application for a fire prevention and safety grant from the United States Department of Homeland Security to the Metro Nashville Fire Department to purchase forensic investigation and training equipment. RS 2015-1465, sponsors Primore and Baker, approves an intergovernmental agreement between the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the Metro Nashville Police Department for participation in the DNA Index System. RS 2015-1466, sponsors Baker and Langston, approves an intergovernmental agreement between the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Metro Nashville Police Department for participation in the DNA Index System. RS 2015-1467, approves an intergovernmental agreement between the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the Metro Nashville Police Department to authorize the MNPD Crime Lab Director to serve as representative of the Director of the TBI. RS 2015-1468, sponsors Primore and Gilmore, approves Amendment 1 to a substitute recipient grant agreement between the Metro Development and Housing Agency and the Metro Homelessness Commission to provide rental and utility deposits for chronically homeless individuals. RS 2015-1469, sponsors Primore and Anthony Davis, authorizes the Metro Water Services to enter into contracts with the City of Ridgetop and the White House Utility District, and approves an amendment to a contract with the Hendersonville Utility District for the acceptance and treatment of sewage flow. RS 2015-1470 approves amendments to the 3 agreements with the State Department of Environmental and Conservation regarding the maintenance of closed solid waste facilities, and that's Councilman Primore, Anthony Davis, and Langston. I'm sorry. RS 2015-1471 sponsors Councilman Todd and Anthony Davis, approves an intergovernmental agreement between the State Department of Transportation and the Department of Public Works for the acceptance of traffic signal improvements on Franklin Pike and the Hardin Place and Battery Lane intersection. RS 2015-1472 sponsors Primore and Anthony Davis, approves an interlocal agreement between Williamson County and Metro Nashville for a reciprocal exchange of GIS data. RS 2015-1473 sponsors Anthony Davis and Hunt, classifies public roads in Davidson County, Tennessee. RS 2015-1474 authorizes, sponsors Council A. Allen, authorizes H.D. Hill Realty Company, LLC, to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 1807 21st Avenue South. RS 2015-1475 sponsors Councilman Stein, approves the election of notaries public for Davidson County. RS 2015-1476 sponsors Evans, supports the Insure Tennessee plan and encourages key stakeholders, including the business community, medical care providers, educators, nonprofits in Tennessee, to increase their efforts to educate the public and the General Assembly about the benefits of the programs and the consequences of the failure to implement the program. RS 2015-1477 sponsors Johnson, recognizes Dr. Adrian Koger, Executive Principal of Antioch High School, on being the recipient of the 2015 William J. and Lucille H. Field Award. RS 2015-1478 sponsors Matthews, recognizes Reverend David Royalty upon the occasion of his 25th anniversary with First Baptist Church Jolton. RS 2015-1479 sponsors Matthews, recognizes First Baptist Church Jolton on the occasion of their 100th anniversary. RS 2015-1480 sponsors Moore and Johnson, recognizes Teacher Appreciation Week May 4th through May 8th, 2015, and Teacher Appreciation Day on Tuesday, May 5th, 2015. And RS 2015-1481, sponsored Berry, recognizes the YWCA of Nashville and Middle Tennessee's MEND program. Are there any of the consent agenda resolutions that need to be pulled? Seeing none, we'll now take committee reports. Budget and Finance, Councilman Pridemore.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. On Budget and Finance, addressing bills RS 2015-1464, 1468, 1469, 1470, and 1471, voted 10 for approval and 0 against.
Thank you. Health, Hospitals, and Social Services, Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Resolution 2015-1468 was recommended for approval, 4 in support of, and 0 against.
Thank you, Councilor Gilmore. Planning, Zoning, and Historical, Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, thank you. They were approved, 9 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Public Safety, Beer and Regulated Beverages, Councilman Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Public Safety, Beer and Regulated Beverages approved 1464, 1465, 1466, and 1467, 3 and 0.
Thank you very much. Public Works, Councilman Anthony Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Public Works approved RS 2015-1469, 70, 71, 72, 1473, and 74, all 5 for, 0 against.
Thank you very much. And Rules, Confirmation, and Public Elections, Councilman Stein.
Rules and Confirmations Committee approved 1475, 1476, 1477, 1478, 1479, 1480, and 1481, 6 for, none against, and I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Consent agenda passes. We're now back on Resolution RS 2015-1433. Sponsors are Councilman Stein and Claiborne. Provides amendments to the Metro Charter, setting forth a brief description of each amendment to be placed on the ballot. Councilman Stein.
Committee report.
Referred to Charter Revision. Councilor Johnson.
Charter Revision Committee approved Resolution RS 2015-1433, 6 approved, 1 against.
Thank you very much. Councilman Stein.
At the request of numerous council members in the last hour, I would move deferral for 1 meeting.
All right. It's been moved deferral for 1 meeting. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Deferral passes. We're now on to bills on first reading. So we will pull BL 2015-1120 from first reading because there is a substitute to introduce. Are there any other bills that need to be pulled? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. All right, been properly moved in second. All in favor? All opposed? Bills passed on first reading. We're now back on Bill 2015-1120. Sponsors Councilor A. Allen. And this amends the Metro Code to create a detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district. Councilor A. Allen.
Move the substitute, please.
Been properly moved to move the substitute. Any discussion?
It's just a housekeeping amendment. The caption didn't match the section that it actually dealt with, so we're just getting the caption to match now.
Okay.
So I ask for
Seeing
approval.
no further discussion, all in favor of moving the substitute? Aye. All opposed? Yep. Substitute passes. Councilor A. Allen.
Move the bill as substituted.
It's been properly moved to approve the bill as substituted. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Bill passes as substituted. We're now on to bills on second reading. Bill 2015-1069, sponsor is Councilman Todd. This abandons a portion of the Forsyth Place right-of-way. Councilman Todd.
Thank you, Speaker. Committee reports.
Traffic and Parking, Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Traffic and Parking approve this 4 and 0 against.
Thank you. I move approval.
Been properly moved and seconded for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. Bill 2015-1070, Councilman Todd is the sponsor, abandons a portion of Franklin Pike Circle right-of-way and easement. Councilman Todd.
Committee reports.
Traffic and Parking again, Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Traffic and Parking approve this one 4 and 0 against.
All right.
I also move approval.
All right, it's been properly moved and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're now on to BL 2015-1102, sponsors Councilor A. Bennett, amends the Metro Code pertaining to alcoholic beverages in parks. Councilor A. Bennett.
Committee reports, please.
Councilman Baker for Public Safety.
Public Safety Beer and Regulated Beverages approved 4-0 against.
All right, Parks, Councilor A. Bennett.
Parks Committee approved 4-0 against. I move approval.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. Now to BL 2015-1103, sponsors Councilman Baker, asks the Juvenile Court Judge to the membership of the Criminal Justice Steering Committee of the Metropolitan Government. Councilman Baker.
Committee reports, please.
Your committee.
Okay, 1103, Public Safety Beer and Regulated Beverages approved 4 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and you'd like to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you very much. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're now on the BL 2015-1104. Sponsor is Councilman Claiborne. Provides Old Lebanon Pike with the honorary designation of Donnie Whitworth Way. Councilman Claiborne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please ask for committee reports.
All right, Councilman Pridemore, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance voted for approval, 8-4-0 against.
All right, thank you. Public Works, Councilman Davis.
Public Works approved 5-0 against.
Thank you very much, Councilman Claiborne.
Move for approval.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're now on to BL 2015-1105. Sponsor is Councilor Gilmore. Renames Jackson Street, Junior Gilliam Way, between 2nd Avenue North and alley number 205. Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Committee reports.
Councilman Anthony Davis, Public Works.
Thank you. Public Works voted to approve 5-0 against.
Thank you. Traffic Parking, Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Traffic and Parking approved 4-0 against.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning, Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, thank you. Planning approved at 9-4-0 against.
Thank you very much. Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you. I would like to move for approval with a brief comment.
It's been properly moved and seconded. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I know I'm very, very tired tonight, but nevertheless, I did want to acknowledge and say how delighted I was to sponsor this legislation to name the street to Junior Gilliam Way, just because of the significance of having a local hometown hero that played a part of the Negro League, then went on to play with the New York Dodgers, and then went on to become the first African-American coach for the LA Dodgers, and had a wonderful, successful career. So once again, I would renew my motion. It's very exciting to have a hometown legend. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Having no other discussion in queue, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bill passes. We're on the BL 2015-1106. Sponsor is Councilman McGuire. Abandons a portion of Benham Avenue right-of-way. Councilman McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
Public Works, Councilman Davis.
Thank you. Public Works approved 5-0 against.
Thank you. The Traffic Parking, Councilman Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Traffic and Parking deferred by rules.
All right, thank you. And Councilman Bedney, Planning and Zoning.
Yeah, thank you. The committee approved at 9-4-0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilman McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. President. I defer one meeting.
All right. Been moved for one meeting deferral. Properly second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bill is deferred for one meeting. We're now on to BL 2015-1107. Sponsors Councilor Gilmore, Councilman Davis, and Councilman Hunt. Abandons a portion of Molly Street right-of-way and easement and conveys any interest Metro government possesses in the right-of-way of Molly Street that would not already be extinguished by the aforementioned abandonment. Councilor Gilmore. I'm sorry.
Tim.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Request committee reports.
All right, Public Works, Councilman Davis.
Thank you. On this one, Public Works voted to approve 5-4 and 0 against, and then re-refer back to Public Works.
Thank you. Councilman Harrison, Traffic and Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Traffic and Parking approved 4-4 and 0 against, and voted to refer back to Traffic and Parking.
Thank you. Park Plan and Zoning, Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, the committee approved it 9-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you. Move for approval.
It's been properly moved. Did you want to re-refer?
You know what? I did. Like I said, I'm a little tired. I want to re-refer it back.
To Public Works and Traffic and Parking.
I think we definitely did Public Works. I don't know about traffic. Did we do Traffic and Parking as well? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. So I would like to re-refer them back to both committees.
Okay. It's been properly moved and second to approve and re-refer to Public Works and Traffic and Parking. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bill passes and is re-referred. Bill 2015-1108, sponsors Councilman Todd, Anthony Davis, and Hunt, accepts permanent and temporary drainage easements for the Tyne Boulevard Stormwater Improvement Project for 5 properties located at 1302 and 1304 Hildreth Drive and 1302, 1306, and 1308 Tyne Boulevard. Councilman Todd.
Committee reports.
Yes, Public Works, Councilman Davis.
Public Works voted to approve 5-4, 0 against.
And Plan and Zoning, Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, our committee recommended approval 9-4-0 against.
Thank you very much, Councilman Todd.
Move approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're now on to Bill 2015-1109, sponsors Councilor Gilmore, Anthony Davis, and Hunt. This abandons 2,067 square feet of public utility and drainage easement for property located at 1221 Division Street. Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The committee reports, please.
Public Works.
Public Works voted to approve 5-4, 0 against.
Thank you. And Councilman Bedney, Plan and Zoning, 1109.
Yeah, the committee approved it 9-4-0 against.
Thank you very much. Councilor Gilmore.
Move for approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're now on to Bill 2015-1110. Sponsors Councilman Hager, Anthony Davis, and Hunt. This abandons approximately 130 feet of existing 20-foot sanitary sewer easement for property located at Dabbs Avenue, unnumbered. Councilman Hager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee reports, please.
Of course, Public Works, Councilman Davis.
Thank you. Public Works voted to approve 5-4, 0 against.
All right, Plan and Zoning, Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, the committee recommended approval 9-4-0 against.
Thank you very much, Councilman Hager.
Move for approval.
Thank you very much. It's been properly moved and seconded for approval. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're on to BL 2015-1111. Sponsors Anthony Davis and Hunt. Abandons approximately 500 linear feet of an 8-inch sanitary sewer line and easement, 375 linear feet of a 6-inch water main and easement, and to construct approximately 609 linear feet of 8-inch sanitary sewer main for property located at Main Street, unnumbered. Councilman Anthony Davis.
Thank you. Committees, please.
Let's see. Plan and Zoning, Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, the committee recommended approval 9-4-0 against.
Thank you very much. Public Works.
Thank you. Public Works approved 5-4, 0 against, and I move approval.
Properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're on to Bill 2015-1112. Councilman Tim Penny is the sponsor. Anthony Davis and Councilman Hunt also, I'm sorry. Abandons approximately 146 linear feet of an existing 10-foot public water main easement for property located at 2971 Craft Drive. Councilman Tim Penny.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Committee reports.
Thank you. Public Works, Councilman Davis.
Public Works approved, 5-4-0 against.
Thank you. Plan and Zoning, Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, thank you. The committee approved the 9-4-0 against.
Thank you very much. Councilman Tim Penny.
Move for approval.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're on Bill 2015-1113. Councilman Tim Penny, Anthony Davis, and Hunt are the sponsors. Replaces approximately 2,520 feet of 6-inch CIP public water main with 12-inch DIP and accepts approximately 1,150 linear feet of 12-inch DIP public water main and easement for property located at 719 Thompson Lane. Councilman Tim Penny.
Committee reports.
Thank you very much. Public Works, Councilman Davis.
Thank you. Public Works approved, 5-4-0 against.
Thank you. Plan and Zoning, Councilman Bedney.
Planning approved the 9-4-0 against.
Thank you very much, Councilman Tim Penny.
Move for approval.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bills passed. We're now on the bills on third reading. The first bill is Bill 2015-1045. Councilman Duvall is the sponsor. Changes 4.99 acres from AR2A to IWD zoning for property located at 12872 Old Hickory Boulevard. Councilman Duvall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all committee reports in, move for approval.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Bill 2015-1052, Councilman Stanley is the sponsor, and this changes 0.56 acres from CL to CS zoning for property located at 5765 Old Hickory Boulevard. Councilman Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee report, please.
Plan and Zoning, Councilman Bedney.
The committee recommended approval, 9-4-0 against.
Thank you very much. Councilman Stanley.
I move approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Bill passes. Bill 2015-1065. Councilor Evans is the sponsor. Amends the Metro Code pertaining to pay plan worksheet submitted to the Metro Council. Council Lady Evans.
All committee reports being in, and on behalf of Council Lady Weiner, I move approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. Bill 2015-1067, Councilor Gilmore, Pridemore, and others approves an agreement relating to the sale and development of the property on which the old convention center is located. Council Lady Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. With all committee reports in, I move for approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. Bill 2015-1068, Councilor Allen is the sponsor, and this abandons a portion of alley number 922 right-of-way and easement. Council Lady Allen.
Move for approval.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any further? I'm sorry, Councilman Maynard.
Yes, my question is not dealing with this particular bill, but for the director who's leaving, the finance director. Is there an opportunity for extra per diem for the Metro Council members after 10 o'clock p.m.? And if so, how do we apply for that?
You don't really want the answer. I really don't. We'll go ahead back to the question.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. Bill 2015-1071, Councilor Gilmore is the sponsor. This authorizes Fountains of Germantown Holdings, LLC, to construct and install structural and aerial encroachments at 1401 and 1403 3rd Avenue North, 1408 and 1410 4th Avenue North, and at 302 Taylor Street. Council Lady Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. With all committee reports in, I move for approval.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. Bill 2015-1072, sponsors Council Lady Gilmore, authorizes Gulch Hotel Owner LLC and A.J. Berger, Gulch Developer LLC to install, construct, and maintain an aerial and underground encroachment into the public right-of-way for an entry canopy and electrified signage and for irrigation lines along 11th Avenue South, 12th Avenue South, and Pine Street. Council Lady Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. With all committee reports in, I move for approval.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. We're on to Bill 2015-1073. Sponsors Pridemore, Anthony Davis, and Hunt, accepts permanent and temporary easements for the Bixler Avenue Stormwater Improvement Project for 9 properties located along Bixler and Delaware Avenues. Councilman Pridemore.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. With all committees reporting, I move for final approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. BL 2015-1074, sponsors Bennett, Anthony Davis, and Hunt. This accepts permanent and temporary easements for the Ben Allen Road Stormwater Improvement Project for 17 properties located along Hart Lane, Hudson Avenue, and Ben Allen Road. Council Lady Bennett.
Move approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. BL 2015-1075, Council Lady Langster, Anthony Davis, and Hunt abandons approximately 160 linear feet of an 8-inch sanitary sewer main and easements and authorizes construction of approximately 231 linear feet of an 8-inch PVC sewer main for properties located at 520 26th Avenue North and 26th Avenue North unnumbered. Council Lady Langster.
Saving the best to last, all committee reports in, move approval. Thank you.
Been properly moved and seconded. Councilman Tiger.
Based on the late hour, I would like to make a motion to the council that Mr. Cooper allow Ms. Waller to report to work 5 minutes late tomorrow.
Thank you, Councilman Tiger. Any further discussion on the bill? Hearing none, all in favor? All opposed? Bill passes. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you. We are adjourned.